Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Power back to CX-4. Wind southeast. Ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay. This is Hop Harrigan coming in. Welcome, everyone. This is Glenn Riggs again, bringing you number 5 in Hop Harrigan's Know Your Enemy plane series. Today, it's the Messerschmitt 109F. A couple of days ago, we described the ME-110, a twin-engine, two-seater fighter monoplane. The 109F is the newest version of the Messerschmitt single-seater, single-engine fighter monoplane. This ship is said to have a service ceiling of better than 38,000 feet and a top speed of 370 miles per hour. It's powered by a Mercedes-Benz 12-cylinder liquid-cooled engine and carries a regular gas load of only 99 gallons, which makes it impossible for it to operate too far from its base. Its diving speed is 446 miles per hour. There's very little pilot protection on this plane, everything having been sacrificed to reduce weight. At cruising speed, the 109F has a maximum range of 400 miles, but despite that, many of these ships were used in attempted raids on London, and some were even equipped with light bombs in the hope that its superior speed would enable it to escape British fighters. Many, however, were shot down by Spitfires and Hurricanes, and many more were forced down because of lack of fuel. Well, so much for the ME-109F. Tomorrow we'll describe the four-motored Focke-Wulf Courier bomber. Now, here's a very important announcement to all you listeners who live in the Eastern Time Zone. Beginning with this coming Monday, Hop Harrigan will be heard on this same station at 5 o'clock instead of at 5:15. That's 15 minutes earlier than usual. Now, please get this straight. This time change affects only listeners in the Eastern Time Zone. In all other parts of the country, Hop Harrigan will be on the air at the same time as always. In the Eastern Time Zone, tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan at 5 o'clock instead of 5:15. In the meantime, don't forget to listen at the end of today's program when the first list of 10 winners in Hop Harrigan's Aviation Quiz Contest will be announced. Until then, so long, and remember, America needs flyers. And now to our story. Hop Harrigan and his mechanic pal Tank Tinker are at a United Nations air base in the South Pacific after rescuing an American Secret Service man known only as Number 5 from a Japanese-held island. The agent is in possession of the complete plans for a huge Jap naval attack, and although badly beaten and in a semi-coma, he managed to tell Hop, Tank, and Major Waring, commander of the base, that the plans were hidden in a false cavity in one of his teeth. Before slipping off into unconsciousness again, he warned them of a mysterious danger from the skies. It is now almost dawn. After a night of desperate calculations and study of the plans, Major Waring has ordered a large force of B-17 bombers made ready on the dispersal field, primed to deliver their deadly cargo of destruction on the Jap attack force. We find Hop and Tank on the field discussing the coming attack with Major Waring.
Let me get this straight, sir. According to your plan, Major Waring, your squadron should be the first to hit the Jap fleet.
That's right, Harrigan. We should find them near the Piranha Straits. We'll keep them busy until the Navy comes up to take over. Then we'll cut back for another load of bombs.
I certainly wish we were going along, Major.
Yeah.
We were in at the beginning. We'd like to help finish it.
Yes, I understand, Harrigan. But technically, you're still under orders from Colonel Lockhart, and I can't do a thing.
I understand, sir.
All planes warmed up and ready, Major Waring.
Oh, thank you, Henderson. Stand by for takeoff in 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is it, boys.
The best of luck to you, sir.
Drop a couple for me, will you, Major? Right down their funnels.
You bet I will. Really sorry you're not coming.
See you in a little while.
So long.
Gosh, there they go. What a pasting that Jap fleet is going to take.
Yep.
Wow, come on over to the side. That prop wash will knock us kicking.
Feels sort of funny, doesn't it? Watching them take off and us standing here with nothing to do.
Ah, stop it, Hop. I don't feel too good about it myself. Let's go back to quarters. We can have a terrific game of dominoes.
No, I think I'll park myself in the radio shack. Listen to the reports as they come in. Hey, what's that?
Wow, look up there. Planes diving out of that cloud bank. What the... Jap dive bombers. Get down, Tank. Down on your feet. Open Jennies. Where did they come from?
Keep down, Tank.
They're going to rip this field to pieces.
Look, the B-17s are still trying to get off.
There are a bunch of sitting ducks out there. They can't protect themselves.
Look out! Here comes another one!
Bob, they're aiming at the runway. They're after the B-17s.
Look, Major Waring's plane is out of control. It's heading for that clump of trees.
Cut your motors! Slam on your brakes!
The pilot can't stop her. She's ground looping.
Watch out! Wow, they smacked right into those trees.
Look, she's starting to catch fire. Come on, Tank. Right. We gotta get there before that fire reaches the bomb racks.
No wonder they didn't go up when the plane hit. Bob, get down! Here comes another one of those Jap devils! Wow, that was close! Bob, are you okay?
Yeah. Stop talking and run. We gotta get to that plane.
Bob, look! Some of the crew! They're getting out through the escape hatch on top!
You see Major Waring?
No, he ain't come out.
The fire will get to those bombs any minute now.
Hey, a couple of men are climbing back in. Some of them are hurt.
Hey, wait, don't go in there!
Some of the crew are caught. Major Waring is still in there.
All right, we'll get them. You carry those injured men away from here and be ready to give a hand with the others.
Okay.
Come on, Tank. We can get through this gun fort.
Hey, there's someone trying to get out. His hand is showing through the hatch.
Quick, get him!
Come on there, fella. Out you come.
There. I got his legs, Tank. Here, let him down.
Okay. It ain't the major, though.
Oh, Lieutenant, how many more in your crew?
4, and that's one you just got. 5. There's 2 more. The navigator and Major Waring.
All right, we're going in. Come on, Tank. Through here.
That fire is covering the nose of the ship. It'll go up any second.
Oh, stop worrying about it. Now, they ought to be around here somewhere. The navigator's office is just between the cockpit and the bomb bay.
Don't mention bombs. I feel as though I'm in 1,000 pieces already. Major Waring! Ah, look there. Between the bomb racks. One of the crew.
Come on.
It's the navigator.
Yeah. Here, you grab his leg. I'll lift him up and swing him over your shoulder.
Okay.
There. You got him?
Yeah, I can handle him.
Oh, here's Major Waring. I'll take care of him. You get out of here fast.
I don't need no shoving. The smoke is beginning to come through the bomb racks.
Look out. Don't trip.
I'm okay. Watch yourself.
Oh, the hatch is just ahead there. Keep going.
This is darn smoke. I can't see.
To the left, Tank. You're right next to it now. File out.
Good work, Tinker.
Here I am. I'll take him. Patch him through the hatch.
Well, Lieutenant. Here, grab him. All right. Now. Okay. Come out of there. Hop, where are you?
Right here. Quick, go on through.
Now, don't stop here. Run. We gotta get out of range.
Come on, Tank. All right, flat on your face. The flame has reached the bomb bay.
She'll go in a second.
That's it. Anybody hurt? Lieutenant.
I'm all right.
Tank?
I'm okay.
How's the major? Is he still alive?
Yeah, I think so. He's got a lump on the back of his head, but that's about all as far as I can see. Well, we better take him directly to the hospital.
Look, Hop, it's all over. The Japs have beat it.
Well, this ruins our planned attack. We won't be able to get off the ground now for at least 2 hours.
Yeah, but what gets me is the way they came in. Not a peep out of the warning siren. How did they get by our sound detectors?
I don't know, Tank, but we've got work to do. Come on. Let's get to the hospital.
Wearily, Hop and Tank cross the wrecked airfield, carrying the injured Major Waring to the hospital, where they find the Major's injuries are not serious. An hour later, they're seated in the headquarters office while he angrily barks orders into the telephone.
Those bombers. That runway must be repaired within 2 hours. I don't care what you fill the holes with. Get it done. Get as many of the damaged planes ready for flight as possible. And get a message through to the bombing station at Curland Islands as soon as you can. Tell them what happened. Right. Report to me directly. That's all. I don't mind telling you, Harrigan, that this has been a body blow to us. 4 bombers totally wrecked and a probable delay of at least 3 hours.
Oh, it was terrible, sir, to watch those big ships trapped on the ground. Fortunately, you have other bombing stations in this area. They got through.
I hope so.
You know, sir, I still don't get it. How could them Japs get through without being picked up? Your sound detectors are working okay, ain't they?
Perfectly, Tinker. They could detect the sound of any plane motor 50 miles away.
Which would have given the interceptor squadron time enough to get into the air.
And that's another strange thing. The last of the Japs was just disappearing back into the clouds when our P-38s were clearing the fighter station across the island. Now, those ships are fast and can outspeed any dive bomber in a climb or level flight. And when they came up topside, the Japs had disappeared. There wasn't a sign of them.
Well, perhaps they were hidden in the clouds, sir. They're pretty thick up there today.
Yes, I thought of that, Harrigan. And I checked with the sound detector operators. 5 minutes after the Jap planes had disappeared into the clouds, their motors had stopped.
Stopped? What do you mean, sir?
Exactly that. 1 minute they were heard, and the next minute, nothing. They didn't fade into the distance. It was just as though they were suddenly cut off.
Well, I'll be...
Major Waring speaking. Yes? What was the report? Did we get off all right? What? What? But that's... Oh, very well. Keep trying again and report as soon as you get definite information.
What's happened, sir?
The Air Force base at Curland Island has been bombed.
Jumping Jennies. The same way?
Apparently. Our operator had just raised them and was getting a report when Curland shouted something about dive bombing to the field, and the transmitter went dead.
Gosh, is this happening all over the area?
Yes, it would seem so. And one important phase of our counterattack against the Jap fleet is being badly delayed, if not stopped altogether.
Major, remember what number 5 said? His warning?
Well, what's that got to do with...
His words were danger, new attack, danger from the skies. This is it, Major Waring. This is all part of the Japanese plan. They're pulling some trick, and we've got to find out what it is. Or they're all out of tech. May succeed.
Well, number 5's desperate warning seems to be coming true. Where did those Japanese dive bombers come from? How could they disappear so suddenly? Hop is probably right. The wily Japs are pulling some trick. But what is it? Don't miss tomorrow's exciting episode, same time, same station. Tune in and fly with Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. Heads up, all you aviation experts. Today's the big day, the day you've been waiting for, the awarding of the first prizes in Hop Harrigan's aviation quiz contest. As you remember, the first quiz question was, what is meant by the stick in a plane, and what is it used for? And here are the winners. Harry Buchan, Munising, Michigan. Herbert Bergquist, Jr., Concord, New Hampshire. Ted Cannon, Jr., Salt Lake City, Utah. Alice Jones, Williamsburg, Iowa. John Kaiser, Ravenna, New York. Krein Laffler, Jr., Passaic, New Jersey. Donald Metzger, Keyport, New Jersey. Gerald Norden, Forest Lake, Minnesota. Maynard Rauschert, Saginaw, Michigan. And Bill Shirey, Richmond, Virginia. Congratulations to all of you. Tomorrow, 10 more winners will be announced, so be sure to listen. In the meantime, always remember that America needs flyers.
CX-4 to control tower. CX-4 to control tower. Standing by.
Control tower to CX-4. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan taking off. See you tomorrow. Same time, same station.
Hop Harrigan is a copyrighted feature appearing in All American Comics magazine. Remember, beginning Monday, Hop Harrigan will be heard 15 minutes earlier at 5 o'clock instead of 5:15. Don't forget that, 5 o'clock instead of 5:15. This program came to you from New York. This is the Blue Network.
Postum presents The Aldrich Family, written by Clifford Goldsmith and starring Ezra Stone. Entertainment for all the family, brought to you by Postum, a tempting, wholesome drink for all the family. Friends, before we join the Aldrich family, let's imagine that the little voice we all have within could actually speak to us out loud. Would your inner voice ever say anything like this?
Why do you keep putting it off? You know you're nervous, so why don't you do something about it?
Yes, if your nerves are on edge, you should certainly do something about it. For instance, if it happens that coffee makes you nervous, you could easily correct matters by drinking Postum instead. You see, even though many people can drink coffee without getting nervous, many others, and you may be among them, cannot. So if you think coffee sets your nerves on edge, switch to Postum as your regular mealtime drink. Postum contains no stimulants, nothing that could cause nervousness. Just drink fragrant, flavorful Postum instead of coffee. And then, after giving Postum a fair trial, see if that nervous, jittery feeling isn't gone. See if you don't feel so swell again that your inner voice says,
Be smart. Stay with Postum for good.
In the comfortable White House at 117 Elm Street, Centerville, USA, live friends and neighbors of yours, the Aldrich family. They live the same calm, ordered existence that any family with a high school boy leads. And if you know Henry Aldrich or any teenage boy, you know what that means. Our scene opens at the Aldrich breakfast table.
Henry, if I were you, I wouldn't eat quite so fast.
But, Mother, I'm late.
Dear, you have plenty of time. It isn't 10 minutes to 8.
But, Mother, I have to attend to something on the way to school.
May I have a piece of toast, please?
Here, Sam.
Father, would you mind if I should ask you a sort of a technical question?
What about?
Well, do you find in your law practice that most people get convicted?
Of what?
Well, of anything. Say you're arrested, see, and you're... Well, what are your chances?
Henry, what are you talking about?
Nothing, Mother. It isn't anything. I guess I'll have a piece of toast, too.
Here you are.
Is there quite a market for bicycles these days, do you know?
I don't know. Why?
I was just wondering if a used bicycle brings much money.
Why?
Well, I'll tell you. Father, when a case comes up in court, I'm not speaking of anything specific.
What about it?
When a case does come up, Father, is it usually announced in the newspapers?
Henry, why?
Oh, no reason. No reason. Well, that was a very nice breakfast.
Where are you going?
No place. I just happened to decide I'd like to put in a telephone call.
Sam?
Well?
You think Henry's studying too hard?
I beg your pardon?
He isn't himself, dear. Something is definitely on his mind.
What makes you say that?
Well, when Henry comes down to breakfast and his mind isn't on his food... And look, he didn't even touch his banana.
No? Give it to me.
Sam, I don't see how you can sit there and eat his banana and not even be worried.
Pass me that toast. I'm going to stop worrying. It shortens your life.
But why would he ask the questions he did about being tried in court or something?
Alice, I get questions like that every day.
Well, so long, everybody. I got to get started.
Henry, you can't start for school this early.
But, Mother, it's important.
What's that you have in that package?
Why, it's just something I have to... I'm going to... I bought it at the hardware store. Goodbye.
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 Boy, have I got to hurry.
Sam.
Well?
Why do you suppose he just put in that phone call?
I have no idea. You have any more toast made?
Who do you suppose that is?
I don't know, but it certainly isn't anything to get upset about.
Well, dear, I'm not upset. I'm simply wondering. Hello?
Hello, is Henry there?
No, he isn't.
Well, Mrs. Aldrich, this is Homer. Has Henry left already?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's good.
Homer, did Henry just call you?
This morning?
Yes, dear.
No. No, did he put in a phone call?
I don't know. Why did he leave so early?
Why, I'd rather not say, Mrs. Aldrich. There's no sense in your worrying, too.
What's that?
Goodbye.
Homer. Homer? Sam.
What did Homer want?
He says I mustn't worry. Sam, can you answer the door?
I'm getting ready to leave for the office.
Oh, very well.
Good morning, Alice.
Why, Harriet, what are you doing over here?
Is Sam here? I want to have a talk with both of you.
Sam?
Yes?
Can you come here?
I'm coming, but I can't stop.
Then I'll go until I've had a talk with you, Sam.
Why, what's happened?
Well, I don't know just where to begin.
Are you having trouble with the bank again?
It isn't the bank. It's your son.
Henry? Sam, I knew all the time something had happened.
Alice, he hasn't even told you what it is.
How can I if you don't sit down?
I can't possibly sit down, Harriet. I'm late as it is.
Sam, sit down and stop taking this lightly.
Very well. I'm down.
Now then, Henry phoned me a little while ago and asked whether he could come over and have a talk.
Henry called you?
Yes. And when he got there, he kept saying, now it isn't anything to worry about, Aunt Harriet. Nothing to worry about at all. So, naturally, I started to worry.
About what?
He wanted to know whether he could have some mail sent to my house instead of over here at your house. And I said yes, never suspecting for a minute.
Never suspecting what?
I'm coming to that. And then he said, when it comes, Aunt Harriet, it'll come in somebody else's name.
Yes?
And I said yes. And then I said, whose name? And he said, Mr. W. Weber.
Who's Mr. Weber?
Will you let me tell this?
I beg your pardon.
And he said I must promise not to say a word to anybody.
But who is this Mr. Weber?
Sam, where are you going?
I just wanted to make sure I have my briefcase.
Sam, it's right here on this table.
Oh, fine, thanks.
Now, where was I?
You just promised Henry you wouldn't tell anybody.
Oh, yes, well...
Sam, you aren't leaving, are you?
I'm sorry, Alice, but I have things to do.
You mean I came over here just for nothing?
No, Harriet, not at all. What you said is very interesting.
Really?
Yes. Tell Alice some more. It'll take her mind off her troubles. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Well, Alice, do you think Sam takes his family as seriously as he should?
Why, Harriet?
Well, would you mind if I could use your phone?
Oh, no, not at all.
Alice, you look pale.
Well, I felt fine when I got up this morning.
Number, please.
Now, wait a minute. I know you were going to jump at me that fast.
Number, please.
I'm looking it up for you. No, that's not it. It's Elm 661R2. Elm 661R2. Operator, did you hear me?
I'm ringing your number.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mrs. Brown?
Yes?
Well, this is Harriet Breyer. I don't want to worry you, Mrs. Brown, but has Homer left for school?
Yes, he has.
Well, tell me, Homer and Henry see a great deal of each other, don't they?
Yes.
They do? Well, does Homer seem to be worried lately? About Henry, I mean.
About Henry? What for?
Well, how's he been about himself?
Well, you know how boys always are.
Yes, I know how boys are. And don't you worry either, Mrs. Brown.
What about?
Not a thing, but if I hear of anything else, I'll call you back.
Wait, Henry, wait.
Homer, do you want me to be late for school again?
But, Henry, if Mr. Bull sees us, he'll grab us.
Gee whiz, why does he have to live right across from the school?
Well, I can't help it. All I know is we can't cross the street to go to school until after he leaves his house.
About what time does he start for his office?
Any minute now. We're only 10 minutes late.
Boy, if there's one man in this town that can lose his temper, it's Mr. Bull.
Oh, gee. Did you find out how much you can get for the bicycle?
Yeah, all we can get is $8.
Well, that's a nice thing, Henry. Gee whiz, are we in a fix?
Alice, where are you?
Is that you down there, Harriet?
It is. Come down.
Oh, my goodness, I didn't expect to see you over here again this morning.
It's come, Alice. It's come.
What has?
The letter. What do you suppose?
Have you opened it?
I have not. I decided you should be the one to read it.
Well, my gracious, I don't think that I should open a letter that isn't even addressed to me, Harriet.
Why not? Here.
W. Weber, Esquire, care of Harriet Breyer, 11 Walnut. Harriet, let me sit down for a minute.
Come think of it, maybe I'd better open it and read it for you. Maybe I can ease the shock.
The shock? Harriet, I think we should wait until Sam gets home and let him open
Now,
it.
Alice, you know the attitude Sam will take. He'll just laugh at the whole thing and throw it in the fireplace. I think we should have it open when he gets here. We can tell him what's in it.
Harriet, there's the phone.
I'll answer it. You just sit here and get a hold of yourself.
No, thank you. I think it's much better that I answer it.
What if it's some more bad news?
If it is, I might as well know it.
Well, do you mind if I listen?
Hello?
Hello, is this Mrs. Aldrich?
Yes?
Well, Mrs. Aldrich, this is Homer Brown's mother.
Yes?
I've just been trying to get your sister, and she doesn't answer.
Tell her I'm here.
Why, she's right here.
Well, I happened to think about something, about Henry.
About Henry?
Henry, see, Alice?
Well, the school sent a note home the other day telling us that Homer's been arriving late every morning. And so we've been having him start earlier and earlier.
Yes? Yes?
Alice, I'm going to get a chair.
But the earlier Homer starts, the later he seems to get to school.
Yes?
And just a few minutes ago, the school phoned and said that Homer was late again this morning.
You don't say so.
Have I missed something?
What time did Henry leave this morning?
About 10 minutes to 8.
And so did Homer. And what I want to know is where those two boys go mornings.
Well, Mrs. Brown, what's your theory?
Alice, give me that phone while I tell her what mine is.
Henry, where's the letter we started to write?
It's right here in my Latin book, Homer.
Well, let's see what you said so far.
You know what I said.
Well, can't you let me see it?
Here. Dear sir, for several days my friend and I have been waiting for your legal advice, which we requested in a letter describing our jam.
Did you write jam, Henry?
You think I better change it to mess?
Yes. Go on.
Homer, wouldn't you think he'd answer the first one by now?
Henry, go on.
Where was I?
In a mess.
Oh. Would you please advise us about fees? A, if we win. B, if we lose.
If we lose, Henry.
Well, gee, Homer, Mr. Bull's an influential man.
You mean after going to all this trouble, our folks still may find out?
Any letters to be signed, Miss Thompson?
No, Mr. Aldrich.
Any phone calls while I was out for lunch?
Yes, Mr. Aldrich. Mrs. Aldrich phoned once, and later her sister, Harriet Breyer, phoned.
Any message?
No, sir. Mrs. Aldrich said she was just leaving the house. And it might have been my imagination, but she seemed very much upset about something.
Well, if her sister was still there, she probably was upset.
Yes?
Harriet Breyer ought to do what I've decided to do. Stop worrying.
And also, Mr. Bull phoned about 11.
Bull? J.C. Bull, what do you want?
He wanted to have a talk with you.
What about?
I don't think he said.
Thank you. What's this law book doing on my desk?
Oh, yes, Henry dropped in during lunch hour.
Henry, about his allowance?
No, sir, he didn't mention his allowance. He said he came in to do some research.
I see.
He didn't seem to want to tell me what it was in regard to. He went over your shelves very carefully and then picked out that book and sat down in a corner and studied it for about 20 minutes.
I wonder what teacher would ask him to read a thing like this.
Which book is it?
Volume 12, Crimes and Offenses. Yeah. Well, whatever it is, it's a good thing his mother doesn't know about it.
Why?
You know women, if they haven't anything to worry about, they'll dig something up.
Sam, I'm sorry to bother you, but we've got to see you.
Alice.
Oh, Sam.
Harriet, what are you and Alice doing down here?
We're worried, Sam, and you should be.
Yes? Now, sit down. What's on your mind?
It's Henry, Sam.
Yes?
I had a phone call from the school a little while ago, Sam. Mr. Bradley wanted me to come up right away and have a talk with him.
Yes?
Sam, I don't like the way you keep saying yes. You just wait until Alice finishes.
Yes? I mean, fine.
And, Sam, when I went up there, they told me Henry had been late to school almost every morning this week.
Yes?
Yes.
Well, I'll have a talk with Henry and tell him he must be more prompt.
Well, I like that.
Sam, we're sure it's more serious than that.
Now, Alice, you're worrying over something that doesn't amount to a row of pins.
But, dear, I can't help it. That's the way I feel.
And imagine how I feel.
Why, Harriet?
I started all this, and if you don't believe it, take a look at this.
And what?
It's a letter that came in my mail this morning to my house in care of me, and I feel I had a perfect right to open it.
What is it?
Read it.
W. Weber, Esquire. Who's he?
It's your own son. And suppose it gets around town, Sam, that there's a Mr. Weber getting mail at my house.
Dear sir, yours of the 15th received. I regret very much the pressure of other work makes it impossible for me to consider your case. However, if it is as serious as your letter would indicate, I would suggest that you get in touch with some responsible lawyer at once. Why not one in your own community, such as Mr. Samuel Aldrich, who will, I feel sure, treat your trouble confidentially. Yours truly, Norton Adams, attorney at law.
Sam.
Yes.
Yes.
But what has Henry done?
I thought you weren't worried.
I'm not. It's just naturally.
Mr. Aldrich, are you through with that volume on crimes and offenses Henry was reading? Sam, what's that?
Miss Thompson, what time is it?
15 minutes after 3.
Please call the high school and see whether Henry has left.
Well, things certainly don't look too good for Henry and Homer. But since there's no real proof they've done anything wrong, let's reserve judgment. And if you will, consider the proof that Postum, as a good hot mealtime drink for all the family, is just about tops. Just about the grandest treat you could hope to get. And is there any better proof than that more and more folks are enjoying Postum every day? That Postum's popularity is growing by leaps and bounds? Well, as a matter of fact, there is better proof. Your own keen pleasure when you take your first sip. When you first raise a good hot cup of Postum to your lips and discover for yourself just what the words fragrance and flavor really mean. Believe me, you'll bring in a verdict for Postum, not because it tastes like coffee, for it doesn't, any more than coffee tastes like tea, but because Postum has a goodness of its own, a distinctive flavor as roundly satisfying as anything you've tasted. Now, why not let your own taste tell you about Postum, yours and your family's, including the children? We can only tell you about the goodness of Postum, but you can enjoy it, and I'm sure you will. Now, getting back to the troubles of Henry Aldrich, Henry and his friend Homer are in trouble. Just what the trouble is, their parents have been unable to figure out. The scene opens on Aunt Harriet's front porch.
Doesn't she seem to be home, Henry?
I don't know.
Well, hello there.
Hello, Aunt Harriet. I'm sorry to bother you, but I wanted to ask you something.
Henry, why aren't you in school?
School's over.
It's over. My goodness, what time is it?
I don't know.
But it's over just the same, Miss Breyer.
Well, what is it you want?
Well, do you remember when I dropped in for a second this morning?
I do.
Well, I didn't leave a package, did I?
A package? What was in it?
Nothing. It was just... It was just
something we bought at the hardware store.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am. And when I left the house this morning, I had it with me. Now I can't find it.
I see. But you can't tell me what was in the package.
Oh, it wasn't anything. It was just a can of paint.
Paint?
Black paint.
Black? Well, you didn't leave it here, and if you'll excuse me, I'll go in the house.
Are you sure I didn't?
I've got to telephone somebody about something right this minute.
Yes, Harriet. Yes, Harriet. Yes, Harriet. Thank you for calling. Goodbye, Harriet. Miss Thompson?
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
Did you try to call the school?
Yes, sir. The line's still busy.
Did you phone that attorney over in Middletown?
Mr. Norton Adams?
Yes.
I called his office twice, Mr. Aldrich, and then I tried to reach him at court.
Keep trying. In the meantime, I'll try one other place.
Number, please.
Police headquarters.
Police headquarters.
Miss Thompson, did you cancel all my other engagements for the day?
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
Police headquarters, Sergeant Kelly speaking.
Sergeant, this is Sam Aldrich.
Oh, how are you, Mr. Aldrich?
Sergeant, my boy hasn't gotten into any trouble down there, has he?
No, not that I know of.
I see. You looking for anyone by the name of Weber?
Weber?
W. Weber. Any complaints filed against anyone by that name?
No, nothing against any Weber that I know of.
I see.
Say, about how old is this Weber?
Why, he's about Henry's age.
Well, the only charges we have here are against two unidentified boys. They are wanted for petty larceny.
Yes?
Yes, for stealing bicycles.
I see. Yeah, did you say bicycles?
Yeah.
And you don't know who they are?
Not yet, but we're working on it. You know, it's always a hard thing to follow up. Them kids get some paint and do the job over, and then you can't identify them.
I see. Well, if you find out who the boys are, let me know.
Of course.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Miss Thompson.
Yes, Mr. Aldrich.
See whether you can get Norton Adams at once. Regardless of whether he's tied up in court, I want to talk to him.
Henry, is that you?
Yes, Mother, it's Homer and I.
Dear, did your father get you at school?
Was he at school?
No, Henry. He's trying to get you on the telephone.
Oh. Oh, I wonder why.
Well, I think it would be very much better if you let him tell you.
Oh.
Will you call him right away, please?
Well, I'll tell you, Mother.
I think you better call him right away.
Yes, Mother. Homer?
What, Henry?
Henry, where are you going?
I'm on my way to the phone, Mother.
What's the matter, Henry?
Homer, I think my father knows about it.
What makes you think so?
Something tells me.
You're crazy, Henry.
Operator. Operator.
Gee whiz, though, if your father knows, do you suppose mine knows?
Henry?
Yes, Mother?
When you get your father, will you tell him Mr. Bull will be here at 5:30 to see him?
Mr. Bull?
He's coming here.
Number, please.
Why, Mother, what's Father's number?
You know it just as well as I do. Elm 662.
Oh,
Number,
yes.
please.
Elm 66 Bull. I mean, 2.
I'm going home.
Wait a second, Homer.
I'm going.
But wait, Homer.
Hello, Mr. Aldrich's office.
Miss Thompson, this is Henry. If my father's busy, don't feel you have to bother him.
I'm sorry, Henry, but your father's just left for Middletown.
Oh, he did? For Middletown?
What's that, Henry?
He did want to talk to you, though.
Well, Miss Thompson, do you know what it was about?
Yes.
Well, what was it?
I think it would be better if you had the whole thing out with him.
Oh. Oh.
What did she say, Henry?
He'll see you when he gets home.
Well,
Bye.
thank you. Goodbye. Homer.
What?
Do you have an extra bed over at your house?
Yeah.
Well, look, Homer, why don't you invite me over, and I'll take my pajamas, see? And when I get over there, I can call back and say you're begging me to stay.
Mr. Aldrich, is that you?
Yes. Hello, Mr. Bull. Sit down.
No, your wife said I should wait for you here in the living room.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but I got tied up in Middletown.
Oh, yes?
Trying to get in touch with a lawyer there, and I got over there only to find that he'd been called over here.
Well, I'm anxious to have a talk with you, Sam, if you have a minute.
Yes, of course.
It's about a little deal I made with Ed Pratt.
Ed Pratt?
Yeah, Pratt agreed to buy my car, see? And now he wants to renege on the deal.
What's the reason?
Because of a scratch on the fender, Sam. No bigger than that. I bumped into a car that wasn't even moving.
Yeah?
Yes, well, I lost my temper at the time, but my wife calmed me down, and I never thought anything more about it.
I see.
Sam?
Yes, Alice?
Could I speak with you out here just a moment, please?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's quite important.
What's gone wrong?
I don't know, dear, but Harriet just phoned, and she said she saw Henry going by her house with Homer a little while ago, and Henry was carrying a suitcase.
Mr. Bull?
Yes?
Could that matter of yours wait until tomorrow? I've got to get busy on something right away.
Homer.
Yes, Mother?
I want to have a talk with you.
The only thing is, Mother, Henry's waiting out in the hall.
Homer, why is Henry staying here tonight?
Well, he just thought it would be a nice change for him.
Do the Aldriches know he's here?
Well, not right this minute, Mother, but he's going to phone them.
Homer, do you have anything you'd like to tell me?
Oh, me? In what way?
Are you sure Henry hasn't done anything he shouldn't have?
Mother.
Homer?
Yes, Henry?
You want me to stay out here much longer?
You may come in now, dear. Homer, will you remember not to become involved in anything you're going to regret?
No, Mother.
Boy, am I glad to be here, Mrs. Brown.
Well, why do you say that, Henry?
I don't know. It's just the atmosphere here is so relaxing.
Will you excuse me while I go to the door?
I'll go for you, Mother.
No, I'll go.
Mrs. Brown, if that's my father, would you mind telling him I'm staying here tonight?
What's that?
Good evening. Is this Mrs. Brown?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Sergeant Kelly from down at police headquarters. You have a son by the name of Homer, haven't you?
Homer?
Homer, I think my folks are worried about me. I better go home.
I've been asked to try and find him and Henry Aldrich.
Henry.
What, Homer?
Come back. They've got us both.
Now, Henry, suppose you tell all of us exactly what happened.
But, Father, why did you have me brought down here to the police station?
Because we couldn't find you. We didn't even know where you were, and Sergeant Kelly stumbled into you. Now, tell us exactly what you did.
Well,
Henry, no matter what you've done, it's better for you to confess it and get it over.
Yes, Mother.
Henry, before you begin, could I say something?
Now, you'll get your chance later. Henry Aldrich, now go ahead.
Well, it was this way. It happened on the way to school one morning.
Henry, what I want to know first is, where is the bicycle?
The bicycle?
Yes.
It was a car.
A car?
Henry, I thought it was only a bicycle.
Oh, no, it was a car. That's why we were so scared.
Sure, a bicycle wouldn't have bothered us.
Sam.
Henry, go on.
Yes, Father. Well, we'd heard of a lawyer over in Middletown that we understood was pretty good at fixing things, so we wrote him.
I see.
Now, just a minute. Let's get back to that car for a second.
Yes, sir. Well, at first we were going to paint the car over, sort of, so the owner wouldn't recognize it.
You were going to try to cover it up?
Yes, Father, I'm sorry, but we were.
We did it once before, and nobody found out.
Homer, who did?
Henry and I did, Mother. It was easy.
1 minute now. How many of these covering-up jobs have you gotten away with?
Just one.
That was on a car that... Never mind.
Henry, who suggested you do a thing like that?
Nobody. Homer and I thought it up all by ourselves.
But the owner scared us off.
Boys, do you realize what a thing like that can lead to?
Just putting a little paint on a car?
What do you mean, just putting a little paint on a car?
Sam, I don't believe it.
Henry, look at me. Are you making this up?
Oh, no, Father. As long as we've started, I think it's better to tell the whole thing and get it off our minds. Don't you, Homer?
The whole thing?
Henry, regardless of the consequences, let's hear everything.
Yes, Father. Only are you going to tell Mr. Bull?
Mr. Bull has anything to do with this. Please begin.
But he has, Father. He's the whole story.
What about him?
Well, I was holding out my hand, see?
Where?
Out the window.
Why?
I was signaling for Homer.
Oh, letting them know the coast was clear, eh?
Yes, sir.
Sam, I can't stand it.
But then Mr. Bull ignored my signal and came right on.
Mr. Bull saw you?
No, that's the trouble. He just came right on.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
Isn't it clear?
No.
Well, we were backing up, see. We were parking Homer's father's car.
What's that?
Sure, we were almost late for school, and I said, Henry, let's park here and run.
Go on.
And I put out my hand, and the first thing we knew, there was a terrible scraping of fenders, and Mr. Bull got out of his car and said, I'm going to sue you for this.
And where was the bicycle? In the car?
What bicycle?
That you took and were going to sell.
The one I took? I was going to sell my own.
Why?
To get enough money to pay for the damage on Mr. Bull's car. But I couldn't get enough.
And that's what this is all about?
Well, yes.
Well, why didn't you tell me when it happened?
Because Homer was afraid his father would find out.
Well, wait until your Aunt Harriet finds out about it.
What do you mean, find out about it? Here I am.
Harriet, where did you come from?
Sam, I've got everything fixed for you.
But, Harriet...
Sam, I know it's going to kill you, but I've just gone and hired a lawyer.
A lawyer? What for?
To take care of Henry.
You mean I'm going to be sued after all?
No, Henry. Harriet, what have you been doing?
I've got Norton Adams for you.
But, Harriet...
There isn't anything to worry about, Alice. He can clear this case up in a minute.
Yes, Alice, take Harriet over in the corner and tell her a few of the facts of this case.
You mean you know something I don't?
Henry, I hope for as long as you live you'll remember this.
Yes, Father.
Hasn't it taught you a lesson?
Yes, Father.
What?
I'm never going to hold my hand out of a car again.
Henry Aldrich will be back in just a moment. In the meanwhile, if coffee makes you nervous, remember to drink Postum instead. Remember, too, that Postum is a swell drink for all the family, tempting in flavor and most economical. You can still enjoy Postum at its old-time low cost of less than 1/2 cent a cup. So for tip-top good taste and rock-bottom economy, get Postum from your grocer tomorrow.
Now then, boys, won't you each have another chocolate soda?
No, thank you, Aunt Harriet.
No, thanks, Miss Breyer.
Oh, can you imagine that?
What's trouble?
I've lost my automatic.
Your automatic?
You've lost it, Henry?
Your automatic?
Yes, I wonder where it is.
Henry, will you excuse me while I step into this phone booth?
Henry, where did you leave it?
Here it is. Look, Homer, isn't it a beauty? You punch the end here, and the lead comes out here. I wonder who she's phoning.
Listen again next week to the Aldrich Family, same time, same station, for another sparkling half hour with your favorite youngster, his family, and his pals. The Aldrich Family, starring Ezra Stone, is written by Clifford Goldsmith. Original music is composed and conducted by Jack Miller. This is Harry Von Zell saying, you will enjoy fragrant, flavorful Postum. And remember, Postum contains no stimulants. It cannot make you nervous. Good night.
In just a moment, Wings to Victory. Today, women are going to war. Our women are doing a splendid job in the production forces, in the war factories, in essential civilian industry, and are speeding our forces for victory. They're also in the armed branches. The women have entered this world fight. These women wear the uniform and serve the flag as fully as do the men. But more women are needed for active war duty at once. They're needed in the Waves, the Spars, the WACs, and the United States Marine Corps Women's Reserve. All women who can are urgently requested to enlist immediately. Do a real full-time war duty. Release a man for battle service. You receive the finest training and equivalent pay and rank with the men in the fighting units. Get full information today about serving with Uncle Sam at the nearest Marine Corps, Navy, or Army recruiting station. Join in the fight for victory. Your country needs you now. And now, Wings to Victory.
Sam presents Wings to Victory. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. James Smith, USA. The story of a day with an American fighter squadron in southern Tunisia, and how Major Barney Dawson and Captain Rex Hamill bombed a German general, wrecked 2 Junkers 88s, and whipped a flight of Messerschmitt 109Gs. From the West Coast, ladies and gentlemen, the Army Air Forces present Wings to Victory, a dramatization of American heroism based on combat reports from the fighting fronts. For obvious reasons, the names and characters in these true stories are fictitious.
An hour before sunrise, Major Barney Dawson awoke on his cot in the Tunisian shanty called a gourbi. His headquarters had been built by a French corporal, consisted of a wooden floor and 4 wooden walls sunk in the sand, with a tin roof and more sand piled on top. Major Dawson himself was just as rough and ready. He had slept in his clothes, a sort of uniform composed of British flying boots, GI trousers, an OD woolen shirt, and a leather jacket. He awoke to find Lieutenant André Delacroix of the French Army cooking scrambled eggs and coffee on a dilapidated stove.
I wonder what time it is at the Copacabana.
Pardon? Oh, good morning, my major.
Oh, good morning, Frenchie. Did I ever tell you about the Copacabana?
Copacabana? Is it in Algiers?
No. It's in New York.
Oh.
And when this war is over, I'm going to spend the rest of my life there.
Ah, a monastery, perhaps.
Well, that's fast thinking for so early in the morning. Drop in on me about 1945 at the Copa. I'll be in the corner table, right in the center of a misspent life.
Oh, a hot joint, this Copacabana. Like the Stork and 21, eh?
Yeah, but the hat-checked chicks are cuter at the Copa.
Oh.
Say, that's a song. Cuter at the Copa. No, too early in the morning. Coffee, my lieutenant.
Oui, oui. I shall rush the mud to your eye.
No, Frenchie.
Ah, I've said it wrong.
Mud in your eye refers to alcoholic beverages.
Oh.
Coffee is Java, if one must be slangy, but we purists say coffee.
Oh, thank you, sir. It is tricky, your slang.
Yeah, and probably all out of date by now. I left Mitchellfield in November. Where's Rex?
Oh, he went out to have a bomb put on his plane.
Oh, he did. Little rascal.
I am worried about Capitan Hamil. I think he has another reckless scheme in mind.
Yeah? Say, this is good coffee, pal.
Thank you. I do not like to gossip, but I fear Capitan Hamil is planning a frivolous escapade.
Is that so?
Yes, this Bosch General, Van Klupner, at Carouan. The Capitan overheard my report. I fear he means to blow up Van Klupner this morning.
No. Well, what frivolity. I can hardly believe it.
I beg of you to stop the Capitan, sir. It is not a serious project. Carouan is too well guarded. I have the hot intelligence that there are at least 3 fighter squadrons there. Capitan Hamil will be throwing his life away.
Why, this is monstrous, Frenchie.
Oh, is it not cuckoo, but really the screwball? There is serious work to be done.
Frenchie, leave this to me.
Oh, oui, yes.
Oh, good morning, Grandpa. You still alive?
Yep, I made it. Well, shut the door. You want to give me pneumonia?
Oh, Grandpa. Hey, look, Frenchie, what's the idea of feeding him? This was the morning he had to shave and get his hair cut before he could have any breakfast.
I am but a lieutenant, a mere liaison officer. But Major Dawson will have a word with you, my Capitan.
Yeah? What have I done?
Bring me the list, Frenchie.
No kidding. I beg of you. It is a thing of gravity.
Oh, that. Well, I'm going to marry Charlene just as soon as I get back to New York. Hey, pass the ketchup.
No, it is not women. It is a Bosch General.
What? What do you mean, Frenchie? What general?
Aha, we caught you, pal. Go tell your armor to take that bomb off your plane.
Now, look, Barney, a guy's got to have himself a little relaxation.
True.
But not mad recklessness at Carouan.
You keep out of this, Frenchie.
And you keep out of it, too, Rex. Now, look, Von Klupner is my boy. I had a 500-pounder put on my ship last night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and you can ask Sergeant McCall. Now, you wouldn't want to do this to me, would you, Rex? Spoil the old man's day off?
You, my Major. You are going to Carouan? Oh, what is this? Is this a jeep? Name of name, you American?
Yep, I'm going to Carron.
Oh, but why? Why?
Well, I just got a notion I'd like to drop a bomb on a general.
Oh, give me havers. Hey, let me go with you, Barney.
Nope, I thought of it first.
Well, sure, but it really will be hot over there. You might need a fool like me.
Not a chance. I'm saving you, son.
Now, don't give me that
I was
stuff.
never more serious. Now, you've got a bright future in this army. And if you haven't got sense enough to think of yourself, think of Charlene.
Ah, she'll never wait for me. Who else have I got to think of? I'm an orphan.
Well, think of your guardians, the Guarantee Trust Company. You want them to be proud of you.
Barney, if you weren't my
The French army is present. Hold back the tears, Junior. I'll be seeing you.
You see, Frenchie, it's no use. I'll never get that guy to change.
You are equally nuts, my Capitan.
What's different with me? I'm happy. I don't want to go anyplace. But Barney could have a star on his shoulder before this thing is finished if he'd lay off the playboy stuff. I love the guy, and he worries me sick.
Yes, and you worry him sick. And both of you worry me until I am at death's door. She is a bum way to start a day in Tunisia.
The other pilots of the 1214th Fighter Squadron had a high and worshipful regard for Major Dawson, their CO, and for Captain Hamill, the executive officer. Cooperating with several battalions of French soldiers and an American paratroop outfit, the 1214th had fought guerrilla warfare above 20,000 square miles of southern Tunisia. They had strafed German truck columns and light tanks. They had tangled with Junkers 88 and Focke-Wulfs and Smithies. It had been a private little war all of their own. To them, it seemed a matter of course that their skipper should start this day with a single-handed attack on a Heine general at Kairouan. As he landed, they were waiting for him on the field.
Hiya, Skipper. How did it go?
Did you bring him, sir? Hey, you been in a fight?
I can't run, Don. Must be okay.
Give me room. Give me room.
I got a flak or a cannon?
Give me room. I got to act this one out with gestures.
Attention, you guys. Oh, thank God you're safe. Did you kill the Bush?
Well, if he was there, he's a dead general. I went in so low I had to pull up to get over a building. You know, it's like in a movie. I'm staggering in like this, you see, and then blam, I let the bomb go and gave her the blossom.
Bravo.
And I looked over my shoulder and pieces of building were taking off all around me, and I'm still ducking.
Is that what got your tail, my major?
No, my lieutenant. A gall dang FW-190 jumped me about 40 miles back. And he got so close I figured I'd have to turn or he'd shoot the pants off me. But the only way she'd turn was to the right, and that was right into him.
Yes?
So I fired one burst, and he gave it the blossom and went on back toward Carry-On. Well, maybe he heard some Heine's cussing on his radio phone. Boy, I was glad to see him go. I even yelled Heil Hitler, and I meant it.
I sure hope you got that, General Skipper.
Well, anyway, I put his hindquarters where his headquarters used to be.
Good joke, sir.
But what am I wasting this wet on desert air? Come on, gang, there's work. Uh-oh, what's that?
It's Gerry's. He's coming over to do it to us.
Hey, where's that sled Trent I told you guys to dig?
Right over here. Take your time. No. It's an American plane. He's getting the flag from the tower.
Ah, a four-motor job. This looks bad.
Here comes Rex from the tower.
Now I know it's bad.
Hey, Barney, go and shave. For gosh sakes, go and shave. It's General Bascom from headquarters.
Bascom? N.J. Bascom?
Well, we didn't get his initials, but
it's N.J. No jokes, Bascom, and how he hates me.
Well, go shave and wash your face. I'll stall him.
Okay, but all our fun is over. Civilization is creeping in on us. No jokes, Bascom. Oh, murder. Good morning, General. I'm sorry to be delayed. I just got in from a mission.
Not at all, Major Dawson. How are you these days?
Well, I find it a bit monotonous, but it's a living, sir.
A living? Oh, yes. Sit down, will you? We've been rather neglecting you men down here.
Well, it's a pretty big war, sir. But we've managed to get along pretty well.
Good. I'm a little surprised to find you here. I thought you were the squadron in Morocco.
I was, sir, but they took our planes away to equip more experienced pilots, so I came down here to help out.
Are you officially in command, Major?
No, sir, not officially. I ranked the others, and I just took over.
I see. Mm-hmm. No doubt it was for the best.
Well, I hope so, General.
Well, I'm here to find out about your needs. Are you following a regular operation schedule?
No, sir, except for a daily patrol over the field.
You've received no specific directives?
No, sir. They've been too busy to get around to us. We've established contact with the French, and Lieutenant Delacroix, their liaison officer, manages to put us onto some pretty good targets. Jerry hasn't moved any transports by day in our sector for the last 3 weeks.
Well, we'll have to get you organized.
Yes, sir.
It's a trivial matter, but do you usually fly missions in those clothes, Major?
Yes, sir.
If you should be shot down and captured, you'd have to wear them for the rest of the war. You know that, don't you?
Well, they are a bit dusty, General.
I just like to harp on these little things, but, well, we've never overdone the spit and polish in our air forces, as you know. But there is the matter of prestige. We're a big outfit now, Dawson, the largest in the world.
Oh, I'm proud of us, sir.
Of course you are. Well, we're both old-timers, and we're apt to remember the old slapdash days when we had a handful of pilots. We can't run things like that now. We've got to have organization. We'll soon be 1,500,000 strong, then 2 million. Those are solemn facts.
Yes, sir.
So much for that. Now, let's get down to the paperwork. I hope we'll be able to clean that up today.
Paperwork, today, all day, General?
Why, yes. Had you other plans?
No, sir, except I'm expecting a raid on the field at 2:30 p.m. sharp.
2:30 p.m., Well, your French intelligence must be very good.
I didn't get this from the French, sir. It's a hunch of my own.
Oh, you run this field by intuition?
I wouldn't call it that, sir. You see, Jerry's a very methodical Joe. He's rated us twice at dawn and twice at sundown. I figure he'll split the bracket today, and I'd be willing to bet on 2:30 as his time.
Well, we shall see. So much for that. Now then, are you familiar with Form 7109, Revised Series? A fundamental of proper operation?
Shortly after 1:30 o'clock that afternoon, Major Dawson clumped down the steps to his Gerby. Captain Hamill and Lieutenant Delacroix had waited lunch for him.
Barney, is it really you?
Oh, give me water, give me air, give me cyanide.
Oh, he is still play acting.
Oh, boy, if you think this is play acting, you're nuts. I've been through the white fire.
Well, you didn't try to kid the general.
Kid that guy? No jokes, Bascom. I've been listening to a monologue for 5 hours.
Were you respectful and solemn?
I was petrified. Hey, what do you got in that pitcher, Frenchie?
Iced tea, my Major.
Vive la France. Never mind the glass. Just give me the whole pitcher.
He was not serious with the General, Rex.
Oh, Barney, you cluck. Why can't you play up to Bascom a little?
He didn't like my clothes. That's good. What's wrong with my clothes? Just a little dusty.
You tell him, Frenchie.
May I speak with frankness, my Major?
Oh, please do, my Lieutenant.
Well, please forgive my emotion, but you are a major in the finest air corps of the world. It has dash, it has élan, it has esprit, like a fierce red plume in the wind. It has won honors in this war that men all over the earth will not forget. And you one of the bravest of the brave, in a dusty uniform cracking the joke.
Good work, Frenchie. It takes a Frenchman to say the thing.
Oh, now, Rex.
He's right, you know he is. We've both been acting like a couple of nightclub gag men.
Well, sure, why not?
Look, Barney, don't you see
now, wait a minute. Let me make my little speech. You and I came down here and we found a bunch of homesick, bewildered kids. Well, what are we going to do about them? Cry? Or embarrass them with flowery speeches? Nuts. We had to laugh it up. That's my recipe for handling kids. Laugh it up, period.
Are you on the level?
Oh, you know I am, Rex. You've been clowning around for the same reason.
Oh, I see. But, of course, it is not mere frivolity. I am a dumb cluck.
But get me right, Frenchie. I like mine with laughter, and I've always taken it that way. And no brass hat from headquarters is going to change me. How about it, Rex?
I don't go with you there.
Why not?
You let me laugh it up from now on. You've got to get ahead in this army. You're a natural-born soldier. You have folks at home. They're proud of you.
And he's got Charlene, Frenchie. Have you seen all 6 dozen pictures of her?
I mean this. For your sake, Barney.
No thanks, pal. You don't turn me into any rank, greasy, sad Sam and then go off by yourself and have all the fun.
Oh.
What's the matter, Frenchie? Do I shock you?
No, I'm not shocked. I'm just commencing to understand America.
Oh, we're a gay race, fond of light wines and laughter. Come on, Rex. We got to take B-Flight up on a patrol.
Patrol? Where to?
Right over this field. I promised General Bascom that Gerry would raid us at 2:30, and I got to make good. At 2:25 p.m. that day, B-Flight, the 1214th Squadron, was patrolling at 15,000 feet. No Nazis were in sight. Captain Hamill and the kid pilots were very ungently needling Major Dawson on the radio phone.
I'm calling old Doc Nostradamus
Old Doc Nostradamus, the big prophecy operator.
Okay, Rex. It isn't 2:30 yet.
Well, I'm going to start laughing now. I want to get ahead of the general.
Major Dawson.
Yeah, I hear you.
Enemy plane at about 8,000. It's got a red neck and nose, and the wings kind of flap, sir.
It looks like Hitler himself, sir. I'll give you the payoff line, Barney. It's a turkey buzzard.
B-Flight's humor is strictly grade B this afternoon, or am I prejudiced?
What time is it, Skipper? My clock says 2:27.
I bet the general is sitting down there laughing himself sick.
Just a chuckle would make him sick, pal. B-Flight, attention, all pilots.
Go on now, Barney.
Silence. The so-and-sos have crossed me by 2 minutes. They're coming in at 2:28. Prepare to attack.
Where? I don't see anything.
Take a good look at that dust storm, bearing 30 from the field. They're riding in on it.
I see him, sir.
7 Junkers and 8 Schmitties. Let's go. Pick your Junkers now. Never mind the rest. Hey, Tommy.
Yes, sir?
I said Junkers. You just shot down a Schmitty.
Oh, sorry, sir.
How you doing, Rex?
I'm working.
Oh, I love these new tracers. They turn green and orange. When you hit something. I got a top gunner. It's a neat thing, Rex. I wish you could see. I'm sharp today. I'm going around and watch these gunners die. Go down, you sucker. Go down. That'll be all for you, Kraut.
General Bascom was on the field when Major Dawson hopped out of a slightly damaged P-40, his second plane of the day. The 1214th had shot down 2 Junkers and a Smitty and had chased Gerry away.
Well, General, I missed it by 2 minutes. You should have bet me.
Yes, quite a coincidence, Major. Did you have any casualties?
No, sir. All my kids got back safely.
Good. Not much damage on the field, either. They missed my plane by a wide margin.
Oh, they're saving you, sir.
How's that?
I'd like to make another prediction. Gerry will be laying for your ship from now on until dark. So I'd suggest that you and your crew have supper with us before starting back.
Indeed. More intuition, Major?
Well, partly. They called off their attack when they spotted your bomber on the runway. The Jerrys are very big operators, and they mean to do it to you right. They went home to get more planes.
Quite a deduction. And why should they be so interested in one bomber, even granting that they've guessed a general officer is visiting you?
Well, sir, I think it's because I may have killed General von Kluppner this morning. I dropped a bomb on his headquarters.
Oh, you did?
Yes, sir.
Were you flying alone?
That's right, sir.
As acting CO of this field, what moved you to take such a risk?
Oh, it wasn't too hot, General.
Karawan is heavily defended. I'm afraid I still don't understand your motive.
Well, General, I'll tell you. It struck me as a funny idea, and I thought my kids would get a lift from it. To say nothing of von Kluppner.
You make this explanation in all seriousness?
Yes, sir.
I can't accept it. I'm afraid you've demonstrated your unfitness to command here, Major.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to recommend your removal. Such irresponsible monkey shines are beneath an officer of your rank.
Well, you're certainly entitled to your opinion, General.
I'll be shoving off in half an hour as soon as I clean up the rest of this muddle here.
Hadn't you better wait until dark, sir?
No.
Oh, well, we'll escort you then, sir.
That will not be necessary, Major.
Frenchie, where in thunder are you?
Right here, Rex. I am shaving.
Barney's done it now. Got fresh with General Bascom. He's ruined everything.
Court-martial?
No, just going to be removed as CO, that's all.
Oh. Where is the general?
In Barney's office.
Very well. I myself will personally go and talk to him.
That's no good. Help me persuade Barney to apologize.
No, that is punker. I will handle this. It is good of you to see me, General Bascom.
Not at all, Lieutenant Delacroix. What can I do for you?
I have come to speak for my friend, Major Dawson.
Well, that's hardly in order.
Please listen, sir. Sometimes a foreigner, a Frenchman of no importance like me, can see you Americans as you cannot see yourselves. It is well known to me that you, my general, are a great organizer. You are helping to make an air force of 2 million men. It will need all your talent, and all the talent of your colleagues on the staff.
And all our time, Lieutenant.
I know. And I also know that you believe Major Dawson to be a superficial man, a joker.
Yes, I do. He's no man for our team.
Pardon, but I must disagree. You have many kinds of men on your team. That is why you always win wars.
An interesting theory, but hardly...
Let me tell you what I'm sure Major Dawson was too modest to say. 3 weeks ago, Rommel was pushing you back from Kasserine Pass. You needed all the planes you could find, yes?
That's right.
Major Dawson took this squadron over there, without orders. Did he tell you that?
No.
It was magnificent. It could not have happened in any other army. It was a brilliant improvisation on the spur of the moment. We literally begged, borrowed, and stole our way to the right airfields. The Boche would have called it madness. We French, we would have wept at the lack of logic. But Major Dawson, he went over there and he fought. He helped to save the situation.
No doubt he did. We had too little time and too many supply problems to be properly organized then. But I think now we can dispense with brilliant improvisers in responsible commands. We've shaken down.
In war, sir? It is never shaken down in war.
It will be, in this war.
Even so, I must still insist that you will need many kinds of men. And some of them like Major Dawson.
Sorry, Lieutenant. I'll have no one in my command who isn't a team man.
But my friend is a team man, as you call it.
I'm afraid I must disagree with you.
But surely, sir.
Sorry, but I have no more time. I'm taking off in 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes, General? Did not Major Dawson tell you? He has a firm premonition that the...
I can do without the Major's premonitions. Good reconnaissance is better than hunches. And an efficient raid warning net is better than good reconnaissance. I appreciate your interest, Lieutenant. Good day.
General Bascom, having ignored Major Dawson's advice not to start before dark, is acting as co-pilot of his Liberator. He peers with satisfaction at the sky's fleecy overcast. He has prudently circled his field twice to make sure that there is no German ambush far upstairs. Now, as he heads north, he turns and speaks to his pilot.
I say, George.
Yes, sir?
Do you see any signs of avenging swarms of Jerrys?
Not a thing in sight, General.
Barney Dawson is a rattle-brained ass. He always was a rattle-brained ass.
Yes, sir.
Too many nightclubs, that's his trouble. Now he thinks he can read the German mind. He'll soon be back reading tea leaves in some New York dive.
You're really going to ship him, sir?
Ship him? Why, he's got a tag on his collar right now. I want team men, not selfish, arrogant grandstanders. Him and his hunches.
There's a dust storm rolling up ahead, General. I think we'd better climb.
Right. They form quickly down here.
General Bascom.
Yes? Yes, speak up.
Enemy planes at 2 o'clock, sir. Enemy planes at 8 o'clock, sir. At 11 o'clock, sir.
I see plenty of them now, sir. They were hiding in the dust clouds. All gunners, stand by.
How far have we come, George?
45 miles, General.
Think we can fight it through?
No, sir. I think we better turn back for Dawson's Field and flash them for help.
This is the tail gunner. A whole flock of them are coming down at 6 o'clock, General.
We seem to be in a bit of a pocket, George. Turn and I'll open the radio phone.
It's too late now, sir.
Damnation. Radio man. Put us on the 1214th Squadron's beam.
Yes, sir.
What's the call word on that squadron?
Charlene.
Charlene, it would be. Hello, Charlene. This is Bascom calling Charlene. Hello, Charlene.
This is Charlene, General. We're receiving you. Go ahead.
Dawson. Listen, Dawson. We're in a bit of a scrap here. I was wondering if you could...
Roger. Stay in there, sir.
Look, Dawson, you'll have to hurry if you're going to do us any good.
I can see that, General. We're coming right down.
Dawson, where are you? Are you kidding me?
My squadron is right above you, sir. I thought you might need us after all. Coming right down. Hey, Rex. Yeah, Barney. Take people right in and circle the general ship. Okay. I'll go in above and Tommy can go in below. Got it, Tommy?
Roger.
Warn your gunners, General. The Krauts are a setup for us. Let us pick them. Okay, gang. Charlene.
Those guys are good, sir.
Oh, we're down on the first pass. General Bascom.
Yes, Dawson? Hello.
We've thinned them out a little, sir. Your ship looks pretty badly shot up. I suggest you run for the field.
Very well, but, Dawson...
Excuse me, sir. Hey, Rex, get that guy off. Turn into him, Harry. Hello, General. You were calling me.
Yes, Major, I was. I just want to say that a man with hunches like yours is a pretty handy lad to have around. You saved me from getting my pants shot off.
Did you hear that, Rex? The General admits I called the turn.
Yes, my Major. I heard it.
If I keep on calling him like this, I'll find myself reading tea leaves in the ladies' lounge at the Copacabana. Was it that funny, Rex?
I didn't crack a smile.
You have no sense of humor, son. A very funny line of dialogue, Major Dawson. Very funny.
Why, General Bascom, you old sweetheart.
Soon, they tell us, the Army Air Forces will number 1,500,000 officers and men. Already our White Star is a world symbol, recognized by the hermit on his mountaintop and the pygmy in his jungle. Twirl the globe and stab a finger at random. Is it an island in the Banda Sea, an area in Kurdistan, a point in the Gobi Desert? Well, we are there. Our White Star has just passed over. Our guns are muttering along the horizon. The savage tribes know us well. Melanesian headhunters and Japanese, pagan thugs and Nazis, Hottentot cutthroats and Mussolini's fascists. The ignorant, the benighted, the bloody know us and fear us. Our miracle of might is a terror to them and a joy to decent men everywhere on this earth. How did this miracle come about? How did we rise from an aerial impotence of 1935 to the glory of Midway and the Bismarck Sea? Why, sirs, it was a dream. And the dream was called air power. Those two Americans who stood on a hill at Kitty Hawk thought they were launching a new means of transportation. But a little group of United States Army officers and civilians saw in that wheezy kite a power which might one day decide the destiny of man. They were a strange, wild, reckless crew, these disciples of air power. Men called them theorists, crackpots, visionaries, and fools. It was a long flight from Kitty Hawk to Midway. How they worked and fought and argued and schemed and prayed. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Who has counted the rosary of their dark hours? Some of them lost fortunes in aviation companies. Many of them lost their lives in crashes. Few of them died of broken hearts. But none of them lost the dream. Oh, splendid vision. Oh, gallant pioneers. To them, the living and the dead, we say, dreamers, your dream is here. 100,000 planes sweep on to the victory which shall be ours and yours. You shall live in the name America and in the heart of mankind.
Listening to Wings to Victory, presented by the Army Air Forces. Sergeant Hal Gibley speaking. This war service program came to you from the West Coast. This is the Blue Network.
Horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Cottonwood Valley! I'm Silver! Away!
The ranch home of Widow Barnes was one of the prettiest in Cottonwood Valley. Flanked on the north by towering Arrowhead Range, it faced a vast expanse of rolling prairie that seemed without end. A broad wagon trail led directly to the house. It echoed now at the hoofbeats of a horse ridden by the widow's youngest son, Emmett Barnes.
Whoa, boy! Whoa!
Ma! Oh, Ma!
What's wrong with you, Emmett? You're yelling like an Indian.
A letter for you. I just picked it up at the post office.
Letter?
It's from Ricky, Ma. See, it's in his handwriting.
Give it to me. Oh.
What's he say?
Oh, I knew it would happen. I knew my prayers would be answered. Ask and it shall be given unto you. That's what it says in the Bible.
You mean Ricky's been released from prison?
He's been pardoned. A full pardon, and he's coming home.
Oh, gee.
And he says he'll be here today, this afternoon. Oh, I'm so thankful.
Oh, it's great news, Ma. I'll sure be glad to see old Rick, but I wonder what folks will say.
Folks? What folks?
Well, everybody. In town and on the range here. Ricky was convicted of robbery, and they all...
He made a mistake, that's all. Now he's free again. He paid the price, and I'm sure he repents.
Yeah, I know, but folks will say...
I don't care what they say. Let him without sin cast the first stone.
Sure, it says that in the Bible, Ma, but lots of people around here don't read the Bible like you do.
More's the pity. Well, I've got to get to work. Ricky will be hungry when he gets here. I'll fry some chicken.
Gosh, I'm going to ride over and tell Helen the good news.
You mean that red-headed Weaver girl?
Well, who else?
Oh, Emmett, I'm so happy. Think of it. My Ricky's coming home today.
Yeah. Well, I'll be back as soon as I talk to Helen.
Be sure you are. Remember, it's your brother and my son who's coming home.
So you can see how it is, Helen. Ma's so excited she doesn't know whether she's coming or going.
I imagine she would be. Gee, it's wonderful news. Tell me about Ricky, Emmett. I've never seen him. We moved into the valley after he went away.
Well, Ricky's kind of hard to describe. He's just Ricky, that's all.
Of course, I've heard a lot about him. Is everything they say the truth?
Some of it.
Does he look like you?
Oh, no. Ricky takes after Ma. He's handsome. Real handsome.
I've heard about that. And I've also heard that he's awfully quick with a gun.
Like greased lightning.
That's what got him into trouble.
Yeah, I guess Rick was just born to shoot quick and shoot straight.
How do you feel, Emmett, about seeing him after 5 years?
Well, I'm tickled. I've always been crazy about Rick. It's Ma I'm kind of worried about.
What do you mean?
Well, Ma's my idea of the best woman who ever lived. She's good and kind and honest. Reads the Bible every day and lives by it.
I know.
She thinks that Rick is the greatest fella in the world.
Well, that's natural. He's one of her sons. She probably thinks you're pretty fine, too.
Oh, Ma likes me, I know that, but not the same way she likes Ricky. I guess it's because he's the oldest.
But what are you worried about?
I'm just hoping that when Rick gets back, he won't disappoint her. That the 5 years he spent in prison have tamed him down. That he won't get into trouble again.
I'm sure your brother is everything you hope he is, Emmett. And I think you're foolish to worry.
Maybe I am.
I'd like to meet Ricky sometime.
Sure, I'll bring him over. Kind of taking a chance, though, introducing an hombre as good looking as Rick to my best girl.
Oh, don't be silly. The only Barnes boy I'm interested in is named Emmett.
Are you sure of that?
Positive.
Well, then I'll take the chance. Oh, I guess I'll be drifting on over home now. Ricky may be there.
But don't forget, we're going to the schoolhouse dance tomorrow night.
I won't forget. So long, Helen.
Goodbye, Emmett.
must be Emmett coming up now, Ricky.
Good. Anxious to see what the kid looks like. Hello, Emmett.
Ricky, how are you? Oh, gee, it's good to see you.
You're not such a bad sight yourself.
Doesn't Ricky look wonderful, Emmett?
Oh, he sure does, Ma.
I've prayed so long for this day, and it's just like the good book says. The hope of the righteous shall be gladness. Isn't that right, Ricky?
Yeah, Ma, sure. If you say it's in the Bible, I guess it's there. Didn't you say you were going to fix some grub? I'm kind of hungry.
Oh, excuse me, son. I've been so excited I forgot all about supper. I'll have it ready in just a few minutes.
Well, I see Ma hasn't changed much in 5 years. She still quotes the Bible every chance she gets.
You've made her very happy, coming back home like this.
Made her happy? How about me? If you think 5 years in that territorial prison was any picnic, you ought to try it.
Oh, no, thanks. Gee, Rick, what are you going to do now?
Do?
Well, I mean, you're going to settle down here and help Ma and me work the spread,
Now,
but...
wait a minute, kid. I may settle down, but it won't be on any two-bit cattle ranch like this one.
What do you mean?
I got some other plans. I didn't put in 5 years of good behavior and get a pardon just for nothing.
Nothing? You're free. This is your home and...
Well, what's home if there's no money laying around?
Guess I don't understand.
Of course you don't. You're too young. But you can learn if you string along with me.
Where you going, Rick?
Oh, not far. I'll be around the valley here.
Are you going to work on another ranch?
No. I think most of my work will be in towns. Or banks.
So you are going back to it?
Back to what?
Same thing that you got in trouble.
No, kid. The only reason I got in trouble 5 years ago is because I got into a tight spot. Had to shoot my way out. And I didn't have an alibi.
And now?
I'm getting the alibi first.
Guess I must be dumb.
Did you ever hear of an hombre called the Lone Ranger?
Well, sure, everybody's heard about him.
He's in and out of this valley quite a bit, isn't he?
Well, I don't know. I guess nobody knows much about the Lone Ranger.
Except what he looks like. Wears a black mask, rides a white horse.
That's right.
Good. You want to tag along with me, Emmett?
Look, Ricky, I don't know what you're talking about, but I got a pretty good idea. Please don't do it.
I mind my own business, kid. You do the same.
Oh, I know I'm younger than you, and I shouldn't be talking this way, but think of Ma, Ricky. It'd kill her if you got into trouble again. She thinks the world of you.
I can't spend any of that.
Besides, it's wrong.
So I come back home and find my kid brother talking like a Sunday school teacher. You're worse than Ma. Quoting the Bible all the time.
Well, maybe so. Only I know how Ma feels. She always stuck up for you when folks talk about you being in prison.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I have, too. I even told my girl all about Australia.
Oh, so you're going with a girl, huh? What's her name?
Helen Weaver. She lives on the next ranch.
Maybe she can read something out of the Bible to match that.
Emmett, where'd Ricky go?
Oh, he'll be back, Ma. Tomorrow, or maybe the day after.
Oh, Ricky.
Oh, he'll come back. I promise he will.
Late the following afternoon, 2 men and a boy approached the north end of Cottonwood Valley. They were the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan Reed.
Oh, Silver, we'll camp here for a few days. I want to visit the town of Cottonwood.
Say, doesn't Emmett Barnes live somewhere near here?
Yes, his mother's ranch is only a few miles south.
Gee, I haven't seen Emmett for almost 2 months.
And why don't you ride up to his place tonight, Dan? I'm going into town.
Oh, gosh, I believe I will.
But help Tonto make camp first.
And this time me show Dan how to make Indian shelter with aspen tree.
Good. I'll be back before midnight. Come on, Silver.
having a good time, Helen?
Oh, wonderful, aren't you?
Well, I'm afraid I'm not a very good dancer.
Oh, of course you are. Why, Emmett, what's wrong?
Ricky, my brother, he just came in the door. He's standing over there.
Where?
He sees us. He's coming over here.
He is good looking, isn't he?
Hi, Emmett. Hello, Ricky. Oh, Ricky, I was pretty worried about you.
Oh, you must be Helen Weaver. Emmett told me about you. May I have this dance?
Why,
Thanks. See you later, Emmett.
Hello, Emmett. Your mother told me I'd find you here at the schoolhouse dance.
Oh, Dan Reed. Where'd you come from?
Oh, just riding through it. Hey, what's wrong? You look worried.
Well, my brother danced with my girl, and then he disappeared.
Oh. Did you take her along?
Well, no, Helen's sitting over there. Ricky's been gone almost an hour.
Oh, I don't see anything to worry about.
Well,
Attention, everybody!
Who's that?
Bert Miller, he's a deputy sheriff.
Sheriff wants 15 or 20 of you men to report to his office at once. He's got to form a posse.
What's wrong, Bert?
The Overland stage has just been held up and robbed. The driver and the guard were murdered, and the outlaw got away with $5,000 in gold.
Golly.
Any idea who the hombre was that did it?
He was masked and rode a white horse.
Yes, I've got to get going.
Where are you going?
Oh, wait here, Helen. I'll be right back.
So will I.
Well, what are you all waiting for?
Hey, it's the sheriff.
I sent my deputy in here to get some men for a posse.
We've already picked up this trail, Sheriff.
Well, come on, boys.
He's heading north toward the Barnes place.
The barn?
Come in.
Oh.
I've got to go, Helen. I can't stay here.
Emmett,
Ricky, where have you been?
up for a little ride. I came back to finish my dance with Helen.
All right, this way, men. Get your horses and follow me. We'll run down that further environment. All right.
Where's Dan Reed?
You mean that boy you were talking to?
Yes.
He rode off ahead of the posse.
But who are they after?
You heard what the sheriff said, Emmett. They're after an outlaw and a murder. And I hope they get him.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. To continue our story. Although he didn't know the reason for it, the Lone Ranger realized that the posse was gaining on him rapidly. He heeled the great white stallion and urged the horse to even greater speed.
Come on, Silver. Come on, boy.
With an unerring sense of direction, the masked man led his pursuers over broken country that he knew would lessen their speed. Then he doubled back, parallel to the trail, and headed for the small camp he had left in the afternoon. As he reined up sharply, he noticed that Dan was astride his new horse, Victor, and that Tonto was preparing to saddle Scout.
Ho, Silver, ho.
Oh, you got away. I knew they'd never catch you.
Steady, big fella. You've been riding hard, Dan. Your horse is almost winded.
I was at the schoolhouse when a posse picked up your trail. I headed straight for here.
And maybe you can tell me why they happened to single me out.
The Overland stage was robbed by an outlaw who wore a black mask and rode a white horse.
I see. How did you happen to be at the schoolhouse, Dan?
Well, I went to Emmett Barnes' house, but his mother told me he'd taken his girl to the dance.
Did you see him?
Oh, sure. We just started to talk when a deputy sheriff came in and told everybody about the robbery.
Oh, I wonder who it could...
And Emmett was kind of worried, too. He thought that Ricky, his brother, had stolen his girl.
Ricky? Ricky Barnes?
Oh, I guess so. It's the first time I knew Emmett had an older brother.
I thought Ricky Barnes was in prison. He must be out on a pardon or parole.
Kimosabe, maybe him one.
Now, there's no use guessing about it, Tonto. We'll lay low here tonight and visit the Barnes place tomorrow.
Gosh, we had some run, didn't we, Victor?
Better unsaddle your horse, Dan. Rub him down.
Sure. Come on, Victor.
Ricky Barnes. Me remember him.
So do I, Tonto. But we'll wait till tomorrow and find out for sure.
Tell me the truth, Ricky. Was it you last night who...
Who did what? Danced with your girl?
No, not that. I mean... No, it couldn't have been you. You were right there beside me when the posse was trailing that outlaw.
Now you're getting smart, kid. Believe what you see, not what you think.
What worries me is that your horse is white and so is the Lone Ranger's.
Why bring him into it? Say, that Helen Weaver's a nice girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame I'm not ready to settle down yet. Might ask her to marry me.
Would you, Ricky? Settle down, I mean, and marry Helen?
She might have something to say about that.
Oh, I'd ask. I mean, Helen likes you. She told me she did.
No. Well, maybe.
You know, Ricky, if you really would do that, I believe it'd make Ma happier than she's ever been in her life.
Yeah. The trouble with Ma is she'd quote something from the Bible and spoil all my good intentions.
There's a lot of truth in those things she says, Ricky.
Yeah, I can't see it. I'm gonna hit the hay for a while, kid.
Go to sleep now? In the middle of the day?
Well, why not? Had a big night ahead of me. See you at supper time, Emmett.
Emmett, didn't I hear you and Ricky talking in here?
Well, yeah, he just went out to the bunkhouse to go to sleep.
The poor boy must have tired himself out at that dance last night. Not that I approve of dancing, Emmett,
Yeah,
but
Ma, I know.
Now, where are you going?
Oh, to the Weaver place. I got to see Helen about something important.
I just can't understand you, Emmett. I like your brother, but as for marrying him, why, I don't even know him.
He's really swell, Helen. Honest he is. And you said yourself he was good looking.
But, Emmett, this is ridiculous. I don't want to marry anyone right now, least of all your brother.
Yeah, I guess it was kind of nervy to ask you. But it sure would please Ma a lot.
And I can't get married just to please your mother.
Well, there must be some other way.
Of course there is. Ricky'll find a wife someday. Stop worrying about it.
Someday may be too late.
What do you mean?
Nothing. I just want Ricky to have an anchor so he'll settle down.
You're the most peculiar boy I've ever known, Emmett. What's it all about?
You haven't got a big brother like Ricky, Helen. So there's no use explaining.
You and Tonto wait here, Dan. I'll go in and talk to Mrs. Barnes.
Sure. We wait.
Steady, Victor.
Masked. Who are you?
A friend, Mrs. Barnes. May I come in?
What do you want?
To help you and Ricky.
Ricky, he's asleep in the bunkhouse.
Well, that's what I want to talk to you about.
Well, if it's something to do with Ricky, you can come in.
Thank you.
Now,
I suppose you heard about the robbery of the Overland stage last night.
I heard the boys talking about it. Robbery and murder. It's terrible.
You're right, Mrs. Barnes.
Sufficient unto this day is the evil thereof. That's what the good book says.
Mrs. Barnes, where was Ricky last night?
He went to the schoolhouse dance. Oh, don't think that just because Ricky made one mistake, he'll make another. He's a good boy.
I'm sure he is.
Their trouble 5 years ago wasn't his fault. He's paid the penalty and come back home to start fresh again.
I believe you, Mrs. Barnes.
You won't cause Ricky any trouble, will you?
I've never troubled an honest man in my life.
I believe in the Bible. As ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them.
I agree. And I'm going to ask you to give a message to Ricky for me.
What is it?
Tell him that I was here, and that I know he won't break the faith we all have in him.
Of course I'll deliver a message like that. But who are you?
Tell him you talk to the Lone Ranger.
here, Ma? A tall hombre wearing a black mask?
Not over 3 hours ago.
I can't figure that out. The message doesn't make sense.
He was very nice, and he understood everything when I spoke verses from the Bible.
Oh, sure.
Don't you think he was kind to stop here and ask about you, Ricky?
I don't know, Ma. I was figuring on him being in this part of the country. But staying around for 2 nights is kind of funny.
Why, Ricky?
You wouldn't understand. Maybe the big hombre is just that dumb.
I can't understand you.
And where's Emmett?
He went over to Weaver's, and then he was going into town to get some things from the store for me.
Good. I'm going into town myself.
You can ride back with Emmett in the buckboard.
No, I'll saddle a horse. I think I'll need speed in the business I'm figuring on tonight.
I may be wrong, but I think the Drovers' Bank will bear watching tonight.
You mean somebody's going to try and hold it up?
They may, Dan.
These trees, good place. We watch bank from here.
But how do you know that?
Well, nothing is certain, Dan. But whoever held up the stage last night knew that I was in this part of the country. That's why he wore a black mask and rode a horse as light as silver.
Yeah, and whoever that man is, he knows you're still here. He may try something else.
I think so, Dan.
Shots come from bank. We see man come out and shoot.
Aren't you going after him?
No. If he gets away, we'll follow him instead of trying to stop him.
There, see? Crook ride white horse.
And he is getting away.
We'll follow. Come on, Silver.
Get him up.
Urging their horses forward at breakneck speed, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Dan followed the bandit who was masquerading as the Lone Ranger. He was an excellent horseman, and soon he outdistanced the posse, but not the 2 men and the boy who also followed him. A mile or so outside of town, the outlaw suddenly doubled back, down through a steep valley trail that took time to negotiate, but whose rocky path left no trail. This valley trail led to but one place, the schoolhouse.
He's heading for the schoolhouse.
I thought so. Same place he went last night. Circle through this draw. Try to come up at the rear of the school before he gets there.
Oh, there. Hold steady, boy. Hold. I gotta duck in here. Somebody's on my heels. Oh, boy, that was close. Now, if it's a posse, I think I've lost him.
You've lost the posse, Ricky, but you haven't lost me.
The Lone Ranger.
That wasn't a very good bank robbery. There's a posse right behind you. They'll be here any minute.
Why, you...
Don't reach for a gun. I've got you covered.
All right. Now what?
Well, that's up to you. Did you rob the Overland stage last night and murder the guard and driver?
You can't prove it.
I'm asking you a simple question.
And I ain't talking.
Did you hear that, Mrs. Barnes?
Yes, I heard.
Emmett?
Yeah.
Whoa. What are you doing here?
The Lone Ranger told me that the man that held up the Overland stage used this place as a hideout. And tonight, during the excitement, I came over here. Because I believed in you, Ricky. My faith was misplaced.
Well...
That's
all I've got to say, Ricky.
That's the sheriff and his posse, Ricky. The law will take its course.
We know you're in there. Come out. Come out with your hands up.
A confession might make it easier for you.
No, I ain't talking.
You ain't out of there in 2 seconds. We'll riddle the place.
That means some more innocent people will die, Ricky. Your mother, your brother, and Miss Weaver.
I'll make the sheriff hold his fire.
Wait till they stop firing.
Ricky.
Hold your fire, men. Who is it?
Why, it's Ricky Barnes. And he wasn't alone in here. Look at all these people, Sheriff.
Yes.
Ricky.
I tried to stop him from opening the door, Sheriff, but he moved too quickly.
Ricky killed himself, really.
Something like that. Dan, Tonto, get the horses. Mrs. Barnes, I'm very sorry that this happened. But Ricky did one thing before he died that made up for a lot he did when he was alive. If he hadn't opened that door, some of us would have been killed.
Yes, you're right.
I think you'll find the answer to that in your Bible, Mrs. Barnes. I think it's somewhere in the 15th chapter of John.
The 15th chapter of John. Hand me the school Bible, Emmett.
Here it is, Mrs. Barnes.
Let's see. Yes. This must be the part he meant. Greater love hath no man than this, that he lay down his life for his friend.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Ceiling unlimited.
Man has always looked to the heavens for help and inspiration. And from the skies, too, will come his victory and his future.
Hello, Americans. This is Orson Welles, speaking for the men and women who make Lockheed and Vega aircraft. If you will turn back the pages of your favorite magazine to the advertising section of a recent issue, you'll find a striking message sponsored by Lockheed and Vega's brothers in aviation at Vultee. A message based on a most provocative illustration. The fellow with a familiar small mustache, the lunatic fringe of hair, the paranoiac eyes, reaching for the globe, while four phantom figures watch him anxiously. King Philip II of Spain, Louis XIV of France, Napoleon, the Kaiser, looking on in envy as the madman reaches out to put a strangling grip upon the world. And underneath the captions, simple and significant, Hitler came the closest. Well, that's true, of course, he did. And how do you think the others feel about it? Philip, Louis, Napoleon, the Kaiser. The other four who might have ruled the earth. Where are they now? Into what far corner of oblivion have they retired? What are they thinking as the tide of centuries rolls by?
Please, Excellency, if I may ask it, why have you invited us to attend this conference?
Ah, Monsieur Napoleon, restless as always. Are you uncomfortable, perhaps a little warm? Believe me, you'll get used to it in time. Another century or two.
But, Senor, for a conference like this, where are the others?
Caesar and Charlemagne.
Yeah, or Genghis Khan.
Oh, I could have asked a dozen others like yourselves, but most of them are rather old. You four, I thought, would be the most compatible, having so very much in common.
Monsieur, I trust you do not class me with these paltry fellows. Senor Napoleon, you speak of Philip II of Spain. Look to your manners, sir. I am the oldest here.
The oldest?
Yes, the oldest, not the most important. I have more pages in the Encyclopedia Britannica. Excellency, is not that true?
Quite true, Monsieur Napoleon. A most absorbing record filled with the greatest victories. Barring Waterloo, of course.
Ah, Waterloo. Why must you always remember Waterloo? No man ever faced such odds. The world was leagued against me then.
What of my world, monsieur? Have you not heard of the Grande Alliance? All those nations banded against Louis XIV?
Yeah, me too. In 1918, I'm fighting the whole world. Senores, believe me, it is not how many, but how strong those stubborn Dutch. How can you reckon them against
Gentlemen, thank you. You understand, of course, I do not underrate the work that any of you did for me on Earth. Of course, comparisons are always odious.
To whom could you compare us, sir?
Well, there is a man on Earth today, a genius of a fellow, an organizer. He plans to turn the whole world like a mill and grind out what he needs.
What? The entire world?
Oh, yes. And even that might not be quite enough for him. He even looks on me with something of disdain. He thinks my red flannels are a bit old-fashioned. I'm afraid he hopes one day to take my place.
To rule here in your place, monsieur? Who is this man?
If you will turn your attention to the wall, look at the map.
A map? Oh, I had not noticed this before.
Natürlich, Wilhelm. It wasn't there.
Caramba, this is a strange map, senor.
Yes, Philip, a very special map. It breathes and pulses with the world. It trembles, shudders, sometimes even cries aloud.
If I may say it, sir, this is a devilish clever thing.
Monsieur Napoleon, you flatter me.
Look at the map. Some parts are turning red. Why do they turn red, monsieur?
Surely at times your ignorance is monumental. It's blood that turns those countries red. The blood of men and women, flowing as only rivers flowed in your benighted days.
All this is blood.
Look at the map, Monsieur Napoleon. Starting there from Germany, see how the bloody torrent races on. See how it sweeps upon the Czechs. You hear those cries? Those are the cries of Lidice, despoiled and ravaged, ground to dust beneath an army's iron heel.
Yeah, this is very systematic.
That distant thunder now, that's Poland, Warsaw. Such a proud and lovely city, crumbling in upon itself. The ghetto and the boulevard at last, united in their common ruin. Rather thorough, don't you think?
Where next?
Next to the north. Norway takes a mere few days, you see. Then south again, the lowlands, Rotterdam.
Oh, stubborn dog.
But this time, Philip, their stubbornness is no defense. In 30 minutes, 30,000 of them die.
30,000? Santa Maria.
No, don't thank her, my friend. Thank me. My friend. You did your best on Earth, of course, or should I say, your worst. But possibly your talents weren't scaled for things like this.
What things, senor?
Great battles that are named for oceans and for countries, not for streams or towns or puny villages as they were in your day. Death multiplied 1,000,000 times. Whole centuries destroyed in half an hour or less. Yes. This fellow Hitler serves me very well indeed.
Hitler. I do not recall the name, monsieur. What is his family?
Well, Louis, there seems to be some doubt about his ancestry.
Yes, senor, to do all this, he must be a most great general.
Natürlich, Philip. Is he not trained in Germany in my war?
Wilhelm, in your war, the fellow was just a bad corporal. I like to think his training came from me.
Hitler. Monsieur, which Hitler is this one? Hitler 1st or 4th or 8th or what?
Those foolish men on Earth. They say he will be Hitler the last.
But first or last? You mean for him to conquer all the earth?
That is my plan, Monsieur Napoleon. Oh, what a pretty picture that will be. All men reduced to craven slavery, food bought with tears and suffering, new life created just to be destroyed, in spite of the resistance of such people as the Free French, the English, the Norwegians, the Russians.
Monsieur, you mean this Hitler has invaded Russia too?
Oh, yes. Monsieur Napoleon, my sympathy, if that brings certain bitter memories to you.
Oh, it will to him too. Excellency, this is where he fails. He makes the same mistake.
Oh, no, my friend. You see, he has an instrument you didn't have.
A new weapon, senor? A new gun, yeah?
Oh, more than that, much more. Something that projects through time and space, that reaches to the furthest corners of the earth.
With such a weapon, I could have ruled the world. Why did you give it to him?
Ah, but I didn't, Monsieur Napoleon. I didn't give it to him. It was designed to be an instrument of peace and brotherhood. But mankind put it squarely in his hand and begged naively for their own destruction.
But, Excellency,
Of course, they didn't realize it at the time. That's precisely where my Hitler's genius lies, to take an instrument they meant for good and warp and twist it to my ends. Those silly, stupid men on Earth. They thought they could escape me in the skies. They spread their little mortal wings and tried to fly. And then I spoke to him, a little whispered word that made him smile in gratitude. How well he understood. How happily he took those human wings and made them beat with fury and with rage. The very wings those other foolish ones had built in joy and hope. Believe me, gentlemen.
Majesty, your humble servant.
You have returned most opportunely, I should say. What have you to report?
Nothing, Majesty. I had no luck at all.
You went as I directed you?
Oh, yes, Majesty. I traveled far and wide through all America.
Yes.
I went to Vultee first.
Yes.
The women working at the machines, I thought they'd be the easiest.
Yes.
I reasoned, pleaded, tempted them in every way I knew.
Well?
They wouldn't stop their work. They simply smiled and said, "The devil with you."
And what about the men?
I went to Lockheed, Majesty. Those men were difficult. I whispered to them. I said, "Why work so hard? They'll pay you just as much money for less work. What do you care what happens later?"
What did they say?
All the same thing, Majesty. They said I could go straight...
Enough! You failed me then.
I couldn't help it, sire. If you could see America awake, aroused...
Excuses, nothing but excuses. Begone, you idiot. Out of my sight. Fools, you fools! That woman and that man are making planes.
Planes, Mr.?
Yes, planes. The instrument I hoped that he alone would use.
You gave Hitler that advantage?
How else could his greedy fingers span the earth? How else could he come so close to all the things you dreamed, but never did? How else but through the air? So close. Not have failed so miserably.
Ah, then he fails too, as we failed.
I know America. They'll answer him 5 planes for 1. Destroy him in the very flames I showed him how to light. One day he'll merely be a name that's gone, like all the rest of you.
If I may say so, sir, he'll make a notable addition to our group.
I doubt if he'll enjoy it much, monsieur. For one who fails me so colossally, I have a plan.
A very special plan, no doubt.
A very special plan. One day I'll give him all airplanes that are made.
Senor!
And all the guns and powder, all the armament.
Monsieur, you can't. It isn't fair to us.
Senor, you give him everything. Yes, everything. Everything but men.
No men, monsieur?
Since he has learned to hold all human life so cheap. No men.
No men. Excellency, my compliments. A most ingenious plan. No man. This will be pure hell for him.
Well, after all, Monsieur Napoleon, precisely where do you think you are?
Any further orders, Majesty? Or is that the end of it?
Is it the end or just a new beginning I must make? You see, I know the world rather well. Don't I, world? You're tired, aren't you? You're weary with the sight of blood and suffering. You wish the war were done and over with. And what will happen when it is? Shall I tell you, world? Shall I tell you what you'll do? You'll sit about a table and contrive a peace and document it with the same mistakes you made before. You'll tell yourself that never, never can there be a war again. And you'll relax. Oh, yes. You'll grow quite fat and lazy in the luxury of your delusion. That's when I'll be back again. That's when I'll add another figure to the 5 you met tonight. A man who will not fail me as the others have. A man who'll... Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. I think I've had enough playing the devil. And just for a moment, I'd like to be Orson Welles, taxpayer and citizen. Let's give the devil his due. He's given us a lot of trouble in the past and promised us a lot more for the future. Unless, of course, this scourge of fire and brimstone that we suffer now will shock us to eternal vigilance. But will it, Americans? Will it? What is our defense against it? The answer, I believe, was stated in the text from which our fable sprang tonight. Hitler came the closest by using the air. Remember, Americans. Remember, world. And never again be unprepared. Never again be caught with folded wings while madmen fly across the sun and put the shadow of despair upon the earth. ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say here how very nice it is to be back again, even for a short visit, with my old and good friends who bring you this program. We had a real Mercury cast tonight, and that was nice, too. Here it is. Napoleon was George Coulouris. Philip, Pedro de Cordova. Louis, Joe Kearns. The Imp, Lou Merrill. Hans Conried was the Kaiser. This is Orson Welles speaking for the men and women of Lockheed and Vega. I'm proud to speak for them. Thanks for listening. And until next time, I remain as always, obediently yours.
Next week, our guest will be Joey Brown, newly returned from the South Pacific. Tonight's story was written by Harry Cronman. The music was written and directed by Anthony Collins. This program has come to you from the Lockheed and Vega Aircraft Corporation of Burbank, California. Patrick McGeehan speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts. Each week at this time, the H.J. Heinz Company, makers of the famous 57 varieties, gives you Information Please. A quartet of experts is on hand to answer your questions. Send them to Information Please at 570 Lexington Avenue, New York City. We may edit them a bit, and in case of similarity, you'll have to accept our judgment of who shall be paid. If we use your question, the H.J. Heinz Company will send you $10 in war stamps, plus a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If we muff the question, you get $57 in war bonds and stamps, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. All questions remain our property. Information Please is presented under the supervision of Dan Golenpaul. And now, our master of ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Brower. Ladies and gentlemen, Information Please continues as usual, impromptu and unrehearsed, offering tonight as its quartet of experts, John Kieran, Franklin P. Adams, and Oscar Levant, who are here with us in our New York studios, and the Hollywood poobah, Gregory Ratoff, who is now hard at work on the motion picture Russia, which he is directing for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Now, Mr. Ratoff is sitting in a special West Coast fur-lined studio within sound of my voice, and he will ring a bell whenever he wants to say anything. Mr. Ratoff, will you please ring your bell? I'll ring it with emphasis now. That's very good. Now our first question. Our first question comes from Patricia Huntley of Biltmore Forest, North Carolina. And it's a question about rivers. On what river might you sail from one of these cities to the others? I'll give you the route. Logansport to Terre Haute to Vincennes. On what river would you do your sailing, Mr. Levant?
They're all in Indiana. Would that be the Ohio River?
No, it would not. Mr. Adams? Were you going to say the Ohio River, Mr. Adams? Mr. Kieran?
From Logansport
to Terre Haute to Vincennes.
It's the Pennsylvania Railroad, that I know.
It's a river.
The Wabash.
The Wabash is right. If you'd come in just a little early, we've got an okay on that one. How about this one? Nizhny Novgorod to Wait till I get... I just started, Ratoff. I haven't even got on board boat. Nizhny Novgorod...
Well, I'm excited because I know the answer.
What is the answer?
It is the river Volga. You remember? That's where I was born.
Were you born on the Volga?
I was born in a town called Samara. Now it is Kuybyshev.
Yeah, it's improved. Yes, the route that I was going to describe, Gregory, just to bring these things back to you, is Nizhny Novgorod to Kazan to Astrakhan.
Yes, that's still Volga.
Yes, that's still Volga. By the way, Mr. Ratoff, do you know whether Nizhny Novgorod is still called by that name?
No, it is now called Maxim Gorky.
Yes, after whom?
After Maxim Gorky.
Very good. Now, how about this one?
Kip, I'd like to say one more word about Volga.
I have no doubt
That is the river on which the Stalingrad is. You remember Stalingrad?
You bet. It's an immortal river and an immortal city.
It's
That's
neat,
right.
but not vulgar.
How about this? How about this one? Brownsville to Eagle Pass to Albuquerque. On what river, Mr. Kieran?
Rio Grande.
The Rio Grande is right, yes. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. Now, how about this one? This comes from Saul Jacobson of New York. In what play or movie do you find these characters? Now, all these characters, Mr. Ratoff, you'll be happy to know, are Russian characters. And they're all in threes. They're trios of characters. 3 Russians who were unhappy in a provincial town. In what play or movie would you find them?
Oh, Three Sisters.
3 Sisters. Mr. Ratoff, what were you going to say?
Well, Levant is always taking away from me everything.
Well, I can see him. I can see him quick over here. Yeah. Mr. Ratoff, who wrote The 3 Sisters?
Anton Chekhov.
Very good. Now, how about 3 Russians who were happy in Paris and Constantinople? Mr. Levant.
Ninochka.
Yes, the 3 Russians in Ninochka.
Yeah, that was Lubitsch, Garbo, and Ratov.
Do you remember those characters, Mr. Ratoff?
Yes, but for certain reasons I don't mention anymore Ninochka.
You don't mention Ninochka? By the way, is that
No.
pronounced Ninochka or Ninochka, Mr. Ratoff?
Ninochka.
Ninochka, I thought they were. By the way, if you want to get the names, I'll give them to you, and don't correct my accent, will you, Mr. Ratoff? Bulyanov,
Okay.
Iranov, and Kopalsky. Remember them now?
Yes.
How about 3 Russians who found happiness on Long Island? Mr. Levant.
That's his Gregory Ratov's wife.
Well, she's not 3 Russians.
And Miramova in Dark Eyes and Ratov's backers all found happiness there.
Yes, that's right. Yes, they're the 3 characters in Dark Eyes, of which Eugenie Leontovich is one of the authors, play now running on Broadway. How about this one? We got 3 out of 3 on that. Let's see if we can get this one from Ruth H. Roberts of Oxon Hill, Maryland. Can you give the quotation that contains these words? All of these words, by the way, contain the word time. The first is, these are the times. Mr. Adams.
That Try Men's Souls by Mr. Paine.
Yes, Thomas Paine. It's from one of his books, Mr. Adams?
The American Crisis.
That's quite right. Now is the time. Now is the time. Mr. Levant?
Gee, I see that every day on a slogan. Now's the time to buy war bonds. Well, it's a good idea anyway.
Yes, that's true, but
you
I
can't
don't think
criticize that, even if it's wrong.
No, it's a good sentiment, but
Now's
it's
the
not...
time for all them. Go ahead, let Mr.
Go ahead,
Adams
Mr.
take it.
Adams.
For all good men to come to the aid of their party.
Yes, and what about that? Who said that and when?
I don't know who said it. I think probably somebody, Edgar J. Remington or W.H. Underwood.
Yes, so yes, because it's a sentence that was devised to test the practicability of the first typewriter. That was in 1867. If you care to know, Mr. Adams, it was a chap named Weller, who was a friend of Mr. Scholes, who was the inventor of the first typewriter. Some of the time, Mr. Kieran.
Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, can you give us the quotation, Mr.
You
Kieran?
fool some of the people all the time and all of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time.
You bet it.
Yes, you can.
By the way, Mr. Kieran, do you know whether you can actually find those words in any of the Lincoln State papers?
I have never found them.
No, I think that they are quoted in conversation. How about this one from Alex Taylor of Douglaston, Long Island? Now, suppose that you're a host at a party and you entertain your guests with the following. What are they? The first things that you entertain them with are ikra and payusnaya. Mr. Radoff.
Now I know the answer, but ask me once more.
Well, Mr. Radoff, you're the host at a party, and you
Yeah.
entertain your guests with ikra and payusnaya.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You're entertaining them with the caviar.
With caviar, yes. And what do those 2 words mean?
Ikra and payusnaya.
Yep.
It's the 2 kinds of caviar.
Yeah, what kinds are they?
Red and black.
Well, one is pressed.
One is what?
You see? One is pressed.
Pressed?
And another is fresh.
As I understand it, one is fine and the other is coarse. You think I'm
Well,
wrong?
the different in price, you know.
Yes. Now suppose that you entertain your guests with Pommery and Vintner. Pommery and Vintner. Mr. Kieran.
Well, it'd be wine.
What kind?
French.
Champagne would
Pommery
be one.
is French champagne.
Yes, and Vintner?
Well, that's just doesn't mean anything to me. Except
that English?
That's a wine handler.
Mr. Radoff?
Wintner sounds very German, very German.
No, it really
Is
isn't.
it English?
It's the opposite of German. It's American.
Yeah?
Vintner is domestic. Is a domestic champagne known as Vintner champagne. Pommery would be French champagne. Well, we got half of that right, Mr. Kieran. Mr. Ratoff?
That's what Mr.
It must
Ratoff
be
was
from
called the vintner,
American by
vintner of our
German descent.
discontent.
No, I think not. What did you say, Mr. Adams?
The vintner of our discontent.
Oh, goodness gracious. How about this one? Dance and show. What would you be entertaining your guests with if you gave them dance and show? Mr. Levant?
It's usually a rally. I mean, one of those benefits. They give you a dance and then they give you a show.
No, not exactly.
Why not? That's what we always do.
Well, I think you'd be entertained with winsome young maidens, would you not be?
Well, you don't want me to dance with Mr. Adams, do you?
Well, dance and show girls, I guess, is what is meant. I guess we got 2 out of 3 on that. How about this one from James I. Brown of St. Paul, Minnesota? This is a musical question. To whom was each of the stories described in this music told? Let's have the first. Mr. Levant.
That's Scheherazade by Rimsky-Korsakov.
Well, and to whom were the stories
He was
told?
telling it to the guy of Baghdad. The big man, the Sultan.
Yes, the Sultan of Baghdad in the Arabian Nights. That's quite right. Do you remember his name?
Well, she kept him up 365 days, and I don't know what happened to him after
1,000, I think it was.
1,000?
Yeah, 1,000 or 1,001. Shahryar was the name of the Sultan. We remember her name, but never his. Now, how about the second musical narrative? Mr. Levant again.
Songs my mother taught me.
And who, therefore, the stories...
Dvorak.
Yes, the stories being told to...
Well, my mother used to keep me up with those songs. That's
told to me. Mr. Ratoff?
My mother.
No, the story is being told to me.
Get
Songs
off that
my
one
mother
knee,
taught
Ratoff.
me. How about the third and last? Mr. Levant.
Peter and the Wolf.
Well, whom is the story being told to?
To the music publisher.
No, in this case, to whom is the narration? Mr. Ratoff?
Go ahead.
To children.
Yes, that's right. That's how the narrative of Peter and the Wolf by Prokofiev begins. My dear children. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. Our 57 Varieties reporter, Ben Grauer, is about to cast a little light on the brighter side of point rationing.
You're probably discovering already that rationing isn't going to be nearly as difficult as it sounded at first. Remember, it has worked successfully in England for quite some time. And after all, we Americans pride ourselves on being quick to catch on to things. Besides, we'll all have to agree that rationing is a good, sound way of seeing that everyone gets his share. Of course, we won't have as wide a choice as we used to, so we'll just have to use a little Yankee ingenuity in planning our meals. And that's where Heinz hopes to be of service, with good foods and good ideas on how to use them. Through our products and advertising, we'll try to help keep the American table interesting and appetizing. While today we may not have as many products on grocers' shelves, you may be sure that whatever bears the name Heinz will be the finest that care, skill, and quality ingredients can make it. This has been true for 74 years. We expect nothing to change that Heinz tradition.
Well spoken, Mr. Grauer. And now we'll go on with a question from Roy Pascal of Jamaica, Long Island. Identify the plays that have these locations, these settings. The first begins in a public square and ends in a tomb. What play? Mr. Kieran.
That would be Romeo and Juliet.
Yes, Romeo and Juliet. That's quite right. Now here's one that begins in a cellar and ends in a cellar. Practically no progress at all. Mr. Levant?
It could be Arsenic and Old Lace, if you had an extra scene at the beginning.
And an extra scene at the end. Yes. Some of the invisible scenes take place off stage in a cellar, but actually none of the visible ones do. Mr. Radoff, I should think you'd know that one.
Oh, the Lower Depths.
Yes, that's
by
right.
Gorky.
That's right. The Lower Depths, that's right. But I'm afraid we got that one wrong. Now, how about this? The first one begins on a ship and ends in a zoo. Begins on a ship and ends in a zoo. Mr. Levant?
That's that play about After You're Dead. Leslie Howard was in it.
I don't think so.
No, that's
I may be
That's
mistaken.
good.
I was thinking of Eugene O'Neill's The Hairy Ape, which does begin on a ship and ends in a zoo. I think that sends $57 in war bonds and stamps to Mr. Pascal and a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica, courtesy of the H.J. Heinz Company. And now a question from Mrs. S.H. Wright of Atlanta, Georgia. What was, or is, the rank of these noblemen? These are real people, historical people. The first was bald, and in consequence of that, he popularized wigs. Who was that? And what rank did he have? Being bald, he popularized wigs.
Jack Benny?
Well, he's a great showman, but not a nobleman. How about, it was King Louis XIII, who was completely bald, and he didn't invent wigs, but he made them fashionable. And later on, Louis XIV, who became bald, I think sometime in his middle age, made wigs fashionable for the same reason. Now, here's another one. He was a radical and a revolutionist, and also a nobleman. What rank was he, and who was he, Mr. Kieran?
Tolstoy.
A radical and a revolutionist? Well, he was a count, all right. I wouldn't call Tolstoy a revolutionist. Mr. Ratoff, you're an expert on things Russian. What would you say?
Well, it may be Chicherin.
That's true.
Yes, that's true. He was of noble family.
Good.
An even more famous one was Prince Peter Kropotkin, who was an anarchist and a revolutionary. How about a nobleman who established a series of hurdle records? Mr. Kieran.
David George Cecil Brownlow, Lord Burleigh.
That's perfect, Mr. Kieran.
Olympic 400-meter high hurdle champion.
That's right. How'd you remember all those names, Mr. Kieran?
Because he is a swell fellow and a great athlete.
Have you ever met him?
Yes, I have.
Wasn't he in charge of the Olympic Games some time ago, or...?
No, he was in charge of the British team that came to our Olympic Games here in 1932. He's a wonderful fellow.
Yes.
Everybody very fond of him.
Lord Burleigh. And he must be about how old now, would you say?
He would be now around, I should say, 35, 38, 40.
And probably serving in the war.
He is.
How about this one, from Louise Windsor of Dallas, Texas? A 7-year interval played an important part in the lives of these characters. Who are they? Here's the first. Who expected to marry Rachel at the end of 7 years? Mr. Levant?
Jacob,
yes.
Yeah. He got Leah instead.
He got Leah. He married the elder sister first.
He got them both.
Yes, if you wait long enough.
He worked 7 more years.
He worked 7 more years. Whom did he work for, Mr. Kieran?
Isaac.
No, I don't think it was Isaac.
Well, their father.
His father-in-law.
I know his name. Wait a minute.
Laban.
Laban is right, yes. Yeah. Who expected to rejoin Sonia at the end of 7 years?
Ding, ding.
I know that.
You don't get a ding-ding. Mr. Levant?
That's in Crime and Punishment.
That's quite right.
Yeah.
And who was the person?
The boy who
commits
commits murder in the first part, and she's sentenced to Siberia. Go ahead, Ratov.
Raskolnikov.
That's right.
Yes. What was his first name, Mr. Ratov?
Joe.
Raskolnikov first name.
Oh, that name is big enough not to need a first name. I don't know what it was.
I don't know myself.
I don't know either. How about this one? Who expected to marry Sally when his 7 long years are out? Who expected to marry Sally, Mr. Kieran?
I think that's in the Sally in Our Alley.
That's right.
In the song, which, by the way, was written, I think, about 300 years ago.
I think it was an 18th century song.
200 years ago, then. It was written by the Englishman who wrote either Rule Britannia or God Save the Queen.
One of them. His name was? Henry Carey.
Henry Carey, that's right.
Yes, and the one who expected to marry Sally is the one who
the apprentice.
The apprentice, yes, the little apprentice in the song Sally in Our Alley. And how about this one? Whom did each of the following succeed as ruler or leader? Now, the first is Louis XVIII. Whom did he succeed? Mr. Kieran?
He succeeded Louis XVI.
No, he did not.
Louis XVIII in France?
Louis XVIII in France, yes.
Well, you don't mean in royal line.
No, I don't mean in royal line. I mean actually
mean Napoleon?
In time. Napoleon the First. That's quite right.
Well, I don't want to quibble.
Well, he did succeed him in time. Mr. Ratoff?
Yes, I wanted to say Napoleon. One fellow shouted to me from the audience.
Did you really want to say Napoleon, Mr. Ratoff?
I wanted to say Napoleon.
Well, go ahead. Say it now.
Napoleon!
Good. All right. Whom did Bill Terry succeed as leader? Bill Terry. Mr. Levant?
John McGraw.
Yes, he succeeded him as manager, and did he succeed anybody else as first baseman?
Yes, Kelly.
Yes, George Kelly.
Yeah.
How about Boris Godunov? Whom did he succeed?
Somebody the terrible.
Mr. Ratoff?
Ivan the Terrible.
Who?
Ivan the Terrible.
Ivan the Terrible? Not according to my information.
Wait, I think...
Mr. Levant?
Fyodor?
That's right. That's right.
Ah!
Say, he's good, isn't he? Yes. Tsar Fyodor. That's quite right. Good work. How about this one?
Keep.
Yep.
Let's take the lights off my audience. They're giving me the wrong advice.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, one question that has consistently stumped the experts on Information Please and everywhere else is, how do the ladies handle so many war jobs and household jobs with such ease? Perhaps you have the answer, Mr. Grauer.
Yes, Mr. Fadiman. Today, Mrs. America has the added duty of war work that may range from a few volunteer hours to a full-time factory job. Yet she still has the task of planning hearty, wholesome meals for her family. Now, that's a large order, but American women are taking it in stride. In many countries, they've established community kitchens to give housewives time for war work. But in America, we've always had community kitchens. The thousands of food processing plants that for years have been packing extra hours into every tin and jar. For instance, soup takes an average of 4 hours to cook properly. But Heinz has saved the housewife all but a few minutes of that time. And this saving is repeated in scores of other dishes that we and other food manufacturers prepare for you. Perhaps that's one reason why American women have been able to contribute so much to war work. We at Heinz watch their soup for them and fix their babies' food and put up their pickles. And we'll continue to save thousands of hours of kitchen time for the ladies. Bless them.
Thank you, Mr. Grauer. And now a question from W. Walter Jackson of Muskogee, Oklahoma. Give the English name, which is the equivalent of the foreign name indicated by these diminutives. And the first is Sasha. Mr. Ratoff.
Alexander.
Alexander. That's quite right. And is Sasha ever used in the feminine, Mr. Ratoff?
Yes.
Alexandra. Alexandra. That's quite right. How about Gretchen? Gretchen. Mr. Adams?
Margaret.
Margaret is right. Lulu. Mr. Ratoff?
Elizabeth.
Lulu for Elizabeth? I don't think so.
Lulu for Lydia. Lulu
you...
for anything if you like her.
Yes, but particularly if you like Louise. Lulu is the diminutive of Louise.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
Take that light off the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Ratoff. That gives us 2 out of 3 on that. And we have to get 2 out of 3 on this one from Marion Mahoney of Lowell, Massachusetts. Identify the female fictional characters known by each of these male names. The first is Joe.
What?
Joe. J-O. Joe.
That's her last name?
No, that was the first name. Mr. Adams?
I think that's somebody by Louisa M. Alcott.
You're right, Mr. Adams. And what book would you find
Probably
Joe?
in Little Women.
Yes, and what was her full name?
I don't know, probably Josephine. I never read it.
I mean her last name. Oh, you should know.
Begins with M.
Oh, goodness gracious. You don't know the names
I don't know. I
of
never
the Little
read
Women? Never read it? You should read it. It's a very good book. Mr. Ratoff.
March.
So you have a book there, Mr. Ratoff. I don't believe it. Yes, March is right. Joe March. Quite right. Why, you should be ashamed of yourselves, gentlemen. How about this one? Young Charlie. It's a female character who is known by the male name, Mr. Levant.
That's in Hitchcock's picture, Shadow of Doubt.
That's quite right, yes. The heroine in Shadow of a Doubt, young Charlie. How about...
I haven't seen it yet.
How about Lou?
What?
Lou. Mr. Adams?
That was the lady that's known as.
That's quite right. And where would you find her, Mr. Adams?
In a poem by Robert W. Service.
Known as?
I don't know what the name of it is.
Mr. Kieran? Mr. Levant?
I know the poem.
Shooting of Dan McGrew. Shooting of Dan McGrew. God, how ghastly she looks through her rouge, the lady that's known as Lou. Well, we got...
The lady who kissed him and pinched his poke was the lady who...
That's known as Lou.
The woman
That's quite right.
That's good.
Now, the next is another musical question. It comes from Esther Wright Erickson of Seattle, Washington. What is the source, gentlemen, of each of these flute solos that are going to be played now? We have to get 2 out of 3 on them. Let's have the first. Mr. Ratoff, was that your bell ringing?
Yes, that's my bell ringing.
Yes? And
that's from Tchaikovsky's ballet.
That's quite right.
Sleeping Beauty.
I think it was called that. Who danced it? Do you remember recently?
Recently? Oh, that's the girl I'm in love with. I hope my wife doesn't hear it.
She is.
Baronova.
Well, now,
Irina Baronova.
My information may differ from yours. Is it from a ballet called Aurora's Wedding?
Well, Aurora's Wedding, that's what they call it abroad. Originally, it's Sleeping Beauty.
I see. And the part that was being played was what?
Of the princess.
Bluebird Variations. Does that come back to your mind now, Mr. Ratoff?
Yes, it comes back to me.
All right. Now,
Still the same thing.
Same thing. Now, how about the second of these flute solos? Mr. Levant.
Well, John ought to know that one.
I should. I do
Do you know it, Mr. Kieran?
Caro, go ahead. John.
Cara Nome.
Yes.
From Verdi's opera.
Rigaletta.
Cara Nome che il mio cuore. Prima festi palpitare.
Very good, Mr. Kieran. I bet you didn't know the Italian, Mr. Radoff, did you?
Yes, I knew it.
All right, all right. We can't contradict you 3,000 miles
I
away.
don't speak Italian during the war.
And now the third and last.
That doesn't leave him with any language at all.
Well, what are you talking about? What about Russians, and English, and Chinese?
Give our poor flautist a chance, Mr. Radoff. Mr. Levant?
I think that's Brahms.
It is indeed.
The Fourth Symphony.
The Fourth Symphony.
Play it again. Play it again.
Would you like to hear it again,
I like
Mr.
the
Radoff?
tune.
All right, let's have it again, just for Mr. Radoff's sake. Would you do that for us? Mr. Radoff?
A very familiar music, but I don't know where it's from. Sounds like one of the symphonies by Tchaikovsky.
Mr. Radoff, may I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
You ought to listen to this program. It's a very good one. Mr. Levant...
I heard it last week.
Mr. Levant just told us it was Brahms's fourth.
Ratov just said it was
Was he right?
Levant was right and you were wrong.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, well, that's all right. That's all right. Anybody's entitled to make a mistake now and then. Well, that gave us 3 out of 3. Now, how about this one? From Arthur H. Osman of Plainfield, New Jersey. Identify these quotations about bands, B-A-N-D-S. The first is a band of angels. A band of angels.
Tommy Dorsey.
That's a very nice compliment, but I don't think it's a quotation. Band of angels, Mr. Kieran, is
Oh,
that
that's
come
in
back to
a
you?
song that we all sing.
It is, that's right.
I'm trying to think of the heart. Band of angels.
Onward
sing.
Christian soldiers.
No. I looked over Jordan, and what did I see coming for to carry me home? A band of angels coming after me, and so forth.
Coming for to carry me
That's
home.
the one, Mr. Adams. All right, that's one wrong. The bestest band what I am. The bestest band what I am, Mr. Adams.
That's from Alexander's Ragtime Band.
That's exactly right. And finally, a band of exiles. Mr. Kieran.
When a band of exiles moored their bark on the wild New England shore.
And that's
Felicia
what?
Hemans, The Landing of the Pilgrim.
Landing of the Pilgrims.
Pilgrim
yes.
Fathers.
Now, that gives us 2 bands out of 3 bands and sends us on to a question from Miss Maxine R. Garrett of New Orleans. Which 2 members of these families couldn't get along and why? And the first family is the Baxter family. The Baxter family. Mr. Levant?
There's 2 answers to that. One of them is the Jody boy down in Yearling. Those were Baxters. That isn't the right answer. You want that young kid by Talkington, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right.
Willie Baxter.
17.
That's right. Now, Mr. Adams, can you straighten us out? Mr. Levant started us.
That is William Sylvanus Baxter and his sister.
And his sister, yes. Which of them was the younger?
The sister.
Yes, she was 10 and a thorn in the flesh of William Sylvanus. And you'll find those characters in which novel by Talkington?
17.
17. Now, how about the Kirsanov family?
You're getting like Ratov. I said 17 a long time ago.
I'm so sorry. Kirsanov, the Kirsanov family. What 2 members of that family couldn't get along and why?
Imagine both of them.
Does that come back to you, Mr. Ratov?
Yes, I remember. It's from Turgenev.
That's right.
2 brothers, but I cannot remember the name of the story.
Well, it's fathers and sons.
Oh,
yes.
Remember it now?
Turgenev's fathers and sons.
Yes, the father was...
Kip.
Yes.
Kip,
Yeah.
I've got this telephone on my ears, and it's driving me crazy.
You've only got another 30 seconds, Gregory. Just
The
hang
next
on.
time, if I go on information, please, if you still like me after this sensational performance, I come to New York.
All right. See what you can do with this one. The Helmer family. The Helmer.
Helmer?
Yes. Mr. Ratov?
Helmer family.
That's right.
Don't know.
Okay. That's a perfect answer,
Isn't
Mr.
that
Kieran.
Ibsen?
Pardon?
Isn't that Ibsen?
That's quite right. What play?
Is that the Enemy of the People?
No, it's The Doll's House.
Oh, The Doll's House.
Nora and Thorwald. I think that sends $57 in war bonds and stamps to Miss Garrett, and a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica, courtesy of the H.J. Heinz Company. And the H.J. Heinz Company has tonight paid out $114 in war bonds and stamps, and 2 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Mr. Ratoff, many thanks. Next week, Mr. Kieran, Mr. Levant, and Mr. Adams, as our regulars, will join forces with Jan Struther, the creator of Mrs. Miniver, the screen version of which has just won a majority of the Academy Awards. Remember, listeners, send your questions and the correct answers to Information Please at 570 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And
It's the Frontline Theater. Today, presenting another of the exciting adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North, and as our special singing guest of honor, Skinny Ennis. This is Ken Niles to welcome you once again to the Frontline Theater, brought to you men in the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department. This is your theater, and every performance in it is presented especially for you, the men fighting with the United Nations on freedom's front line. Our story today is called The Missing Sparkler, and it really sparkles. Mr. and Mrs. North seem to be favorites of yours, so we try to keep you posted on their doings. And you know by now that wherever they go, there is always plenty doing. Well, let's dim the house lights, raise the curtain, and get on with the show. Gerry this trip. He has taken his wife, Pam, along, and at the moment he's sitting in the club car aboard the train when Pam joins him.
Hello, Lammy Pie.
What?
I said hello, Lammy Pie.
Lammy pie? Pam, what's gotten into you?
Well, aren't you my Lammy Pie?
Heaven forbid.
And I'm not your angel face?
Darling, why this coyness all of a sudden?
Gerry.
What?
Who is she?
Who is who?
Angel face.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's what it said in the bracelet. And if I'm not angel face, who is?
What bracelet?
In our compartment. It's inscribed to Angel Face from Lammy Pie. Gerry, do you have a secret love affair that I'm just finding out about?
If I do, I'm just finding out about it, too.
But who did you get the bracelet for, then? I thought it was for me. In fact, I'd be wearing it, only it doesn't go with this dress.
I didn't get it for anybody. In fact, I never even saw it.
Then how did it get in our compartment?
I don't know.
Gerry, it was lying on the table, and it said to Angel Face from Lammy Pie in it, and it was very pretty, and I thought it was for me.
Well, you can come along with me, darling, and show it to me while I get cleaned up for dinner. Okay, darling, here we are. Now you can show me that mysterious bracelet.
Oh, dear. It's right here. Well, that's funny, Gerry. I thought I left it on the table.
Well, it's not there now.
No. Well, maybe the joggling of the train made it fall on the floor.
I don't see it.
Oh, move that suitcase, will you, darling? It may have fallen behind there.
Okay. See it?
No, darn it. Well, where can it be?
Are you sure you didn't just dream the whole thing, darling?
No, Gerry, it was right there. It must be around here somewhere.
I don't think so, but if it is, we can find it later. Well,
Well,
come on, Pam. Stop crawling around the floor and get ready, and we'll go have dinner.
You know, Gerry, it's fun eating on a train. You can have soup in Poughkeepsie, salad in Albany, dessert in Syracuse.
And indigestion in Buffalo.
I think that Gerry,
What's the matter?
there it is.
There, what is?
The bracelet. That woman is wearing it. That fat woman with the red dress and potato salad.
Huh? Oh, are you sure?
Positive. So you see, Gerry, I wasn't dreaming. There is a bracelet.
Maybe, but I don't see how you can be so sure. After all, that's just an ordinary bracelet. I don't see how you can be sure it's the one.
All right, Mr. Smarty, I'll just show you.
Oh, Pam, what are you going to do?
Oh, excuse me, madam. Yes? I'd like to ask you a question. That bracelet that you're wearing, did you lose it?
Certainly not. If I had, I shouldn't be wearing it.
No, I mean before.
Before what?
Before you found it. That is, I mean, how did it get in our compartment?
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it has an inscription in it, hasn't it? May I see it, please? I want to show it to my husband.
Well, really?
I told him it says to Angel Face from Lammy Pie, but I don't think he really believes me.
Why, of all the insolence.
Oh, dear, I didn't mean to offend you. I just said that... I just wanted to show it to...
Pam, please. I hope you'll accept our apologies, madam. Now, come along, Pam.
All right, Jerry. I still don't see why she had to get so huffy. All I said was
I heard what you said, darling. Yeah. She probably thought you were accusing her of stealing the bracelet.
Oh, but that's not what I meant, Jerry.
Or she may simply have been embarrassed at the intimacy of the inscription. But, if that really is the bracelet you're talking about, I found out something about Lammy Pie.
What's that?
He's very nearly blind. Imagine calling her Angel Face. Just a second, Pam. I'll see who it is. Yes?
Oh, hello. You must be Mr. North.
Yes.
The conductor told me there was a Mr. and Mrs. North in this compartment. Are you the Mr. and Mrs. North? Oh, of course you must be.
Well, I don't know. Which North do you mean?
Why, the Norths. The famous detectives. I've read all about you. And you must help me. You simply must. Brad will be wild, furious. Oh, he's a dear, but he does like to spank me when I've been naughty. May I come in?
Why, of course.
Oh, thank you. It was really awfully careless of me. I shouldn't have left it lying around. Brad always tells me to be more careful, but I just... Oh, Mrs. North, how pretty you are, my dear.
Oh, thank you.
You will help me, won't you, Mr. North?
Well, I don't know. What's happened?
Well, my diamond brooch. Someone's stolen it. Someone on this train, because I had it when we left New York. I just know that Brad is going to think that...
Who's Brad?
Why, my husband, of course. Bradford Banning, the banker. Oh, dear me, did I forget to introduce myself? That was stupid of me, wasn't it? I'm Mrs. Banning.
How do you do,
Mrs. Banning?
Oh, he'll be wild. I know he will.
Did the brooch have some special sentimental value?
Oh, heavens, no. Financial value.
Oh, it's a very expensive piece, hmm?
Well, I really don't know. It's more than we can afford, I'm afraid. Certainly more than we can afford to lose.
Well, isn't your jewelry insured?
Oh, yes, of course, most of it. But this was a new piece. I just bought it in New York. It's not on the list yet.
But you said that you don't know how much it's worth. If you bought it, I should...
Oh, heavens, I didn't ask the price. I simply told the man to charge it to Brad.
I see. Well, perhaps we can find it for you, but I don't promise anything.
Oh, if you do, I'll be no end grateful. You have no idea how nasty Brad can be when he gets into a pet.
When did you last see your brooch?
Oh, about an hour ago. 2 hours. I don't know. I had it, and then all of a sudden, I didn't.
Well, what did it look like?
Oh, you know, a clasp with oodles of diamonds on it.
Oh. And what compartment are you in?
Oh, on this train, of course. In the next car back.
I see. All right, we'll do what we can, but I tell you again, I don't promise anything.
Oh, thank you so much. You're dears, really you are. Now, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Phew.
Well, I forgot. Do be careful, won't you? I should never forgive myself if something dreadful happened to you. I'd almost rather not find the brooch. Goodbye.
Huh. It's a wonder her husband lets her off the leash.
Almost. But we are going to help her, aren't we, darling?
I don't know. She didn't give us much to go on.
Well, we ought to do what we can.
All right, just what would you suggest as the first step?
I already took it.
Mm-hmm.
I rang for the porter.
Oh. I suppose you're going to ask him if there are any thieves on board.
No, I'm just going to ask him. Oh, I guess he's here. Open it, will you, darling?
All right, dear.
Does you want something, sir?
My wife does.
Oh, Porter, have you seen anybody but Mr. North and me coming in or out of this compartment?
A lady just left, ma'am.
Yes, I know. Anyone else?
Yes'm.
Good. Who?
A lady. About an hour ago.
The lady who just left?
No, ma'am. Another lady.
Would you recognize her if you saw her again?
Yes'm. I just saw her going up forward. Probably to the club car.
Oh, good. Would you come along then, please, and point her out to us?
But, darling, what's the difference who was in our compartment? We want to know who was in Mrs. Banning's compartment.
I'm willing to bet it's the same person, Jerry. Whoever took the bracelet took the brooch. Besides, we have to start somewhere, and this is Rutherford B. Hayes, not Pocahontas.
This is what?
Rutherford B. Hayes. That's the name of the Pullman, darling. Didn't you notice? The car in back is Pocahontas, and we'd have to get Pocahontas' porter to find out about Mrs. Banning's compartment. Come on, Jerry. Let's first see who visited us.
Here's the club car. Do you see a porter?
No, sir. Not till yet.
Oh, there's Angel Face, Jerry. I'll bet she's it. Porter, would you look over there near the bar? That woman with a red dress. Is she the one?
What? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Golly, that's funny. I could have sworn it'd be she. Her. She.
Oh, there she is. She just turned round.
Oh, which one?
That young lady in a green dress, looking out of the window.
Oh. Well, thank you so much, Porter. Come on, Jerry.
Okay.
But, Jerry, I think you'd better take over from here. I don't know what to say.
That usually doesn't stop you, darling.
Well, Jerry.
Excuse me, miss.
Yes?
I'm Gerald North, and this is my wife. We'd like to talk to you for a few minutes, if you don't mind.
What is it?
Well, some peculiar things have been happening.
Just how does that affect me?
I'll come to that. You see, a bracelet that neither my wife nor I recognized suddenly appeared in our compartment. A little later, it was gone.
I still don't see how that affects me.
Well, simply that you were seen leaving our compartment.
Oh, no. That's impossible.
Then you deny it?
Of course I do. It's not true.
Well...
I don't see why you make an issue of it anyway, since you say the bracelet wasn't yours.
Well, we're not concerned about the bracelet. But a very valuable diamond brooch is missing, and...
Good heavens.
What's the matter?
Why, surely you don't think that I... Oh, dear.
We don't know what to think. We're trying to find out. Perhaps if you'd... just a minute. Where are you going? Miss!
Jerry, why do we just sit here in our compartment? Why don't we do something?
What would you suggest?
We ought to make that woman give that brooch back.
How?
Well, I don't know.
Well, the train doesn't make a stop for another hour, so she can't get away. In the meantime, we have to think of a way to... Now what? Oh, hello.
May we come in?
Well, you certainly may.
Thank you. Mr. North, here's that brooch.
Oh, well, thank you. But I don't understand, Miss...
Harris, Norma Harris. And this is my mother.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs.
How do you
Harris?
do? Mr. North, I hope you're not angry.
I don't know yet. What's this all about?
Well, you see, Mother's... Well, she has a slight eccentricity. She,
I steal things. I just can't help it. I don't mean to, but, well, something happens. It's most distressing.
She's usually very good, but, well, every once in a while she seems to lose control, and, well, then I have the awfulest time trying to straighten things out.
Poor Norma. She tries so hard to keep me out of trouble. And if she doesn't, she usually manages to return the things before they're missed.
That's how the bracelet got in here. Mother forgot where she'd taken it from and thought it was here, so I returned it. And then when she remembered where she really got it, I had to get it and give it to its proper owner, that stout lady in the red dress.
Angel Face, Jerry.
Oh, I see.
But now this brooch, I guess I'm too late. Apparently its owners discovered the loss because you knew about it.
Yes, she asked us to try to get it back.
Well, now that you've recovered it, could you return it and not say anything about where you got it? Please.
Well, I don't know. If Mrs. Banning wants to know
Mrs. Banning? Well, what's she got to do with this?
Why, the brooch belongs to her.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
What do you mean? Do you know Mrs. Banning?
Oh, yes, very well. I didn't get the brooch from her.
Are you sure, Mrs. Harris?
Oh, yes, indeedy. I didn't get that brooch from Mrs. Banning. I got it from a frizzly blonde lady. Mrs. Banning is a redhead.
Well, something's wrong somewhere.
Well, there certainly is. I think we'd better find Mrs. Banning.
Well, Lily, this was a profitable trip.
Yes, that Banning dame don't miss that brooch before we hit the next town.
You're always worrying.
Well, no use being foolish.
Who's being foolish? There's nothing to worry about. We got the ice. As soon as the train stops, we hop off and we're in a clear.
You gotta find somebody to buy it.
I'll take care of that. Stop worrying, will you? Now, come on, let's have a look at it again.
No, I don't think we'd ought to take it out. Somebody might come in.
The door's locked, ain't it? Come on, I like to see it sparkle. Where'd you put it?
In my makeup box. Marty,
Yeah, what's the matter?
it's gone.
It's what?
Yeah, it was right in here. Oh, my... Marty, what's the matter with you? Why are you looking like that?
When I was out of here, you hit it?
No.
You're trying to double-cross me?
No, Marty. Oh, no, honest. Let go, Marty. Let go, please.
Where's the sparkler?
I don't know, Marty. Honest, I don't.
Yeah.
Marty, you're hurting me.
Yeah, and I'll hit you some more if you don't tell me what you've done with that sparkler.
Don't hit me, Marty, please. I'm telling you. Marty, you're jumping me.
Where is it?
Marty, let go.
Where is it?
I told you, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. That must be it. That little old lady.
What little old lady?
Well, let go and I'll tell you.
Okay. Now, what's this about a little old lady?
She come in. She said she was lonesome. She wanted to talk.
You let somebody in here while you had that sparkler?
A little old lady, Marty. A little white-haired old lady. Gee, who thinks she would...
This ain't no stall.
Honest, Marty, I hope I dropped dead on this spot if she didn't come in here and say she wanted to talk. I never thought a sweet little old lady like that would...
Lily, you know something?
What?
There are thieves on this train.
Yeah. There must be. But I never thought...
That little old lady's the front for them. Well, I'm the guy that swiped that sparkler first. By rights, it belongs to me.
Yeah.
Who does she think she is swiping my sparkler? Come on, Lily.
Where you going?
To find a little old lady. Come on, I'll fix her wagon. No little old lady is playing me for no sucker.
And that's Act One of today's mystery play, The Missing Sparkler, featuring Mr. and Mrs. North. Now for intermission time, and it's well time listening to your favorite singing star, Skinny Ennis. He sings the number for which he received most requests last week at the Hollywood Canteen. It's an oldie and a smoothie. He sings, I've Got You Under My Skin. What there is of it.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart, you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've tried so not to give in. I said to myself, this affair never will go so well. But why should I try to resist when, darling, I know so well I've got you under my skin. I'd sacrifice anything, come what might, for the sake of having you near, in spite of a warning voice that comes in the night and repeats in my ear. Don't you know, little fool, you never can win. Use your mentality, wake up to reality. But each time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop before I begin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin. 'Cause I've got you under my skin.
Thank you, Skinny Ennis. That was great. And we're certainly glad you could be with us today. Come back again soon. You're always welcome on Frontline Theater. And now, back to Mr. and Mrs. North and the adventure of the missing sparkler.
You don't see her yet, huh, Lily?
Not yet, Marty.
You know, I ain't so sure there is no little old lady. I think maybe you handed me a line.
No, Marty. Wait a minute.
Huh?
There she is.
Where?
Coming out of that compartment at the end of the car.
Come on.
Be careful. She's got some people with her.
Oh, a whole gang, huh? Well, I can handle them. Hey, you. Where do you think you're going?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
What is this?
This, mister, is a gun, and I'm going to use it unless you get back into that compartment, all of you.
But
I said get back in there.
We'd better do what he tells us, Jerry.
Yeah, I guess so.
Good. Come on, Lily.
Okay.
Now, will you please tell us what you want?
The sparkler.
The which?
You heard me. Hand it over.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Lily, you sure this is the little old lady?
Positive.
Then somebody in here's got the sparkler. Come on, now, hand it over.
I tell you, we don't have anything.
Okay, then I'll have to search you.
Well, go ahead, search.
I'll search you, and Lily will search the women. Nobody's muscling in on Mighty Rich.
satisfied? You've searched us all and the compartment, and you even had your lady friend search Miss Harris's compartment.
I don't understand it. Unless... Hey, Lily, I want to have a talk with you.
Marty, honest, this is the little old lady.
Then where is the sparkler?
I don't know.
You don't know. Come on.
Marty, honest,
Are
Marty.
you coming, or do I have to drag you?
Oh, come, Marty.
You better. Well, so long, folks. I'm sorry we disturbed you.
Gollies, that was awful. Jerry, where's the brooch? Why didn't they find it? You had it.
I hid it.
But where? They searched everywhere.
Oh, no. There was one place I knew they wouldn't search.
Where?
Themselves.
What?
Mm-hmm. I dropped the brooch in that fellow's pocket.
Oh! Oh, Jerry, that's wonderful. Oh, but Jerry, that means he has the brooch.
Yeah, but he doesn't know it. As soon as we come to the next stop, we'll send for the police. They'll arrest him and find the brooch on him.
Unless he finds it first and hides it.
Or perhaps he'll get off the train and get away before the police arrive.
Well, that's the chance we'll have to take.
Oh, no, Jerry. We've got to get that brooch back.
But, Pamela...
There must be some way, darling.
We're coming into a station.
Yes. Oh, Jerry, suppose those crooks get off and get away.
They won't. I asked the conductor, and he says they have tickets right through.
And as long as they think that brooch is on the train, they'll stay.
That's right, Miss Harris.
I'm ever so sorry I caused all this trouble.
Well, we'll soon have it all straightened out. The train's stopping now, so I'll hop off and call the police. The conductor has promised to hold the train until they come.
Good. We'll wait here, darling.
Okay.
That was awfully clever of your husband, putting the brooch in that man's pocket.
Yes, he's awfully clever. But I'd feel a lot better if we could get it back. All that fella has to do is put his hand in his jacket pocket and the game's up. Oh, if only we could do something.
Perhaps I could steal it back from him.
No, Mother, you've done enough stealing for today.
It would be fun.
Oh, look, there they are. The crooks? Yes, they just got off the train.
Oh, gollies, they're getting away.
No, they're not. They're just walking along the platform to get some exercise. Oh, look at that poor girl. She's all bruised. He must have beat her up.
How awful. Miss Harris, do you see what I see?
What?
Why, of course. He's in his shirt sleeve.
Yes. That means his jacket is probably in his compartment. What luck. You wait here, Mrs. Harris. I'll be right back. Oh, dear, they would have a dog. Night boy. Let me in. That's a good doggy. Oh, now you chase me out again. But please be nice. I'm not going to take anything that belongs to your master. Just an old brooch, and it isn't his. Please let me in. A nice doggy. Nice little doggy. That's better. Nice doggy. Now, I'll just take a step. See? I didn't hurt anything. And now another. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter, lady? Don't Fifi like you?
Oh, gollies. You.
Us? Lily, it looks like we got a visitor.
Yeah.
And that gives me an idea that I owe you an apology, Lily. I think this dame must know something or she wouldn't be coming here.
Oh, no, I don't really.
Yeah? Well, come on in and we'll talk it over.
No, please,
Get in there. All right, Fifi, down. Down, Fifi. Okay, miss, go on in. That's right. Now, you and us is going to have a talk. Where's that sparkler?
I don't know.
No? Take a good look at Lily. See what I done to her face just on account of she didn't know? Now, where is it?
I don't know.
I warned you.
You're hurting my arm.
That ain't all I'm going to hurt. Where is it? You going to talk? I can keep this up longer than you can, lady.
Oh, stop. I'll tell you. It's in your jacket.
My jacket?
Yes.
Who's there?
The police. Open up.
Police?
Yeah. Come on. Open up. I tell you, Mr. North, we searched them both, in their whole compartment, but there's no brooch.
But they had it, I tell you.
And I told them where it was.
Well, they don't have it, so there's nothing I can do. I've held this train long enough.
Well, can't you take them off for questioning?
I have questioned them. They say they never saw the brooch. They say you're crazy. They say Mrs. Banning is crazy. And I'm beginning to think maybe they're right. Now, let me out of here before I decide to take you off for questioning.
Oh, dear, Brad's going to be simply wild. I don't know how to tell him. Oh, of course, how silly of me. It's going to be all right after all.
How so?
Oh, my dear Mrs. North, don't you see? I didn't pay for the brooch yet.
Well, Pam, here we are. There's a taxi over there. You know, I still can't figure where those crooks could have hidden that brooch. The police searched everywhere.
Yes. Look, Jerry, there they are getting off the train. And I just know they have the brooch with them. There's nothing we can do. Oh, gollies.
What is it, Pam?
I just thought of something. Oh, Jerry, maybe I can make up for that foolish thing I did. If I can only find one before they get away.
Find one what? What are you looking for?
A cat,
A
Jerry.
cat?
Yes. Oh, dear, where can we find one?
Well, there's one.
Where?
Well, down there at the end of the platform, lying on those trunks.
Oh, yes, Jerry, how wonderful. Come on.
I hope you know what you're doing, darling.
Hello, Kitty. Here, Kitty, Kitty, Kitty. No, Kitty, don't jump down. Come here, Kitty. Come on. I won't hurt you, old fella. Now, just let me pick you up. Jerry, I've got him.
So I see.
Come on. Nice, Kitty. Nice, old fella.
Don't become too attached to him, darling.
All right, darling. Where's that taxi? They haven't gone, have they?
No, there they are. They're just getting in.
Good. Come on. Oh, hey. Hey, just a minute.
Oh, it's you again.
Yes, just a minute.
We haven't got a minute. Okay, driver.
Jerry, don't let him close that door.
All right, but what are you doing?
Just this.
Hey, you put the cat in the taxi. Well, there goes Kitty.
Yes. And there goes Fifi after him. Come on, Jerry. Where did they go?
Around the corner of that building.
Oh, golly, Jerry, I hope they stop somewhere.
There they are. Kitty's up the telephone pole.
Yes.
And Fifi's dancing around below it.
Hello, Fifi. Oh, Fifi, stop. You can't get up that pole.
Pam, what are you doing to her? Look out, she'll bite you.
No, she won't. There it is. Look, Jerry.
The brooch.
Yes. The police searched the compartment and the two crooks, but it never occurred to them to search Fifi. It was fastened inside her collar.
Oh,
it was the only place left. Oh, look. Here comes our boyfriend.
Okay, you let's have that. You thought you was clever, huh? But I'm taking that sparkler. Come on, hand it over.
Oh, dear. All this work for nothing.
Yeah, looks like it.
Well, hurry up, hand it over, or I'll...
You'll what?
Holy smoke, what'd I do with it? Where is my...
Hello, everyone. Is this what you were looking for, sir?
My gun.
Yes, I took it. Wasn't that naughty of me?
Here, Mrs. Harris, I'll take that.
All right, Mr. North, here you are.
Thank you.
Mother, thank heavens I found you. Oh, Mr. North, she's been stealing things again. I just don't know what to do with her.
Well, if I were you, I'd buy her a nice, expensive present and charge it to Bradford Banning.
Well, men, the curtain is dropped on today's Frontline Theater play, The Missing Sparkler, featuring Mr. and Mrs. North. We hope you liked it. But there are more plays coming, more comedies, mysteries, and dramas, and some of the biggest Hollywood stars to appear in them. So keep on listening, won't you? This Frontline Theater play was presented especially for you men in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
This is Gerry's Front calling. This program is specially dedicated to you men of the British Fighting Forces. It goes on the air every night from 10:15 p.m. to 11 p.m. on the medium wave 391 and 449.1 meters and short wave 28, 31 and 39.6 meters.
Tonight's program was Midnight at the Onyx. And here's Bruno again playing a romantic number. This time it's Radio, sung by Harrigan.
just played a part. But this time it comes right from the heart. Pretending is ending. This time it's real. Forever and ever, time will reveal. We were lucky, darling, when fate turned the wheel. I know it, I feel it, this time it's real.
Gerry's front calling. Here are the names of some British soldiers taken prisoner on the fighting front in Italy. Private Reginald Annett, A-N-N-E-T-T-S. Service number 5510392. His wife, Mrs. R. Annett, lives at Hazley Down, Twyford near Winchester, Hampshire. Private Donald Coles, C-O-L-E-S. Service number 6144095. His parents, Mr. and Mrs. Cyborn, live at Belmont 202, Gunnersbury Avenue, Acton, London, W3. Lance Corporal Alfred John Philpott, Philpott. Service number 6300517. His mother, Mrs. Philpott, lives at Church House, Hawkins, near Folkestone, Kent. Fusilier Ronald Burdett, B-U-R-D-E-T-T. Service number 6468300. His uncle, Mr. H. Cason, lives at 36 Woodlands Road, Epsom, Surrey. And Fusilier John Towler, T-O-W-L-E-R. Service number 3865932. His sister, Mrs. E. Tomlinson, lives at 22 Kimberley Avenue, Blackpool, Lancashire.
Where the nightingale is singing and the white moonbeam. There's a long, long night of waiting until my dreams till the day when I'm alone down that
Bruno and his Swinging Tigers are now going to play Alexander's Ragtime Band, featuring our trio, the Three Doves of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. There are but few of you soldiers who today are off fighting duty, who can relax and spend a quiet day far away in the rear. So privileged, yourselves can devote a few minutes to sober reflection, to a review of what prompted you to come over here to Italy, to a foreign land. Our motto is service for servicemen. Consequently, we should like to have those in a reflective mood to reconstruct the prehistory of the coming of the American forces to Italy, to this continent.
I shall pass unnumbered hours thinking and planning how war may be kept from the United States. I can at least make certain that no act of the United States helps to produce or promote war. A word-for-word quotation from President Roosevelt's speech delivered at Chautauqua on the 14th of August, 1936.
It is my determination to pursue a policy of peace and to adopt every practical measure to avoid involvement in war. President Roosevelt on the 5th of October, 1937. America hates war. America hopes for peace. Therefore, America engages in search for peace. President Roosevelt on the 13th of October, 1937.
There will be no blackout of peace, not in the United States. At this moment, there is being prepared a proclamation of American neutrality. Excerpts from President Roosevelt's speech broadcast on the 4th of September, 1939. Send for copies of this proclamation by applying to the Chief Executive Secretary of the White House.
I hate war now more than ever. I have one supreme determination: to do all I can to keep war from these shores for all time. We will not participate in foreign wars. We will not send our army, naval, or air forces to fight in foreign lands outside of America. Quotations from Mr. Roosevelt's presidential election campaign speech made on the 12th day of September 1940, a little more than 1 year before America officially went to war.
I've said this before, but I shall say it again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars. For Mr. Roosevelt's election campaign speech delivered on the 31st of October, 1940. Shortly after his re-election, on the 31st of December, 1940, President Roosevelt made the following speech, quote, "Our strategy today is to provoke the Axis powers to declare war upon us. It is the first time in American history that we have sacrificed honor to get into the war." Unquote.
Powerful and offensive actions must and will be taken in proper time. American armed forces must be used at any place in all the world. We Americans are able to engage spiritually as well as physically in the total waging of a total war. highlights of two speeches delivered in January 1942 before Congress by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, President of the United States. Sung by the Three Doves of Peace, Bruno and his Swinging Tigers is now going to play that snappy tune, Naughty Naughty.
Of Jungle Jim. The Adventures of Jungle Jim, broadcast weekly over this station, are dramatized from the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement that comes to you each week with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who enjoy the world's best artists featured in every issue of the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Jim, Lil, and Colo are together again in Panama, but not for long. Just long enough for Jim to settle up a few affairs and take on the full responsibilities of his new job, that of captain in the United States Army. Colo has gone on an errand to the tailor shop, where one of the workmen ran amok last week and, after killing 2 men in the shop, made for Jim, who laid him out with a flat iron. Jim and Lil are at lunch and plan to spend their last few hours together, as this is one assignment in which Lil can't possibly have any part.
Well, Jim. I mean, Captain Bradley.
Now, Lil, cut it out. You don't have to call me that, and you know it.
Suppose I like it that way, Captain.
Lil.
Jim. Maybe I'm proud you're a captain. You've heard of the influence of uniforms on the feminine heart, no doubt.
Yes, but I thought it was only a sailor's uniform that really dazzled them. You know, a girl in every port.
Don't make me giggle. You don't mean you, Jim. I've been trying to throw just one girl at you for so long, I'm beginning to get tired of it.
Now, you know I meant sailor.
Now, don't change the subject. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Don't you think a woman has any pride? Does a woman have to be a modern Diana to dent your hide?
No, Lil, you don't. I've been meaning to discuss some very serious things with you for a long time.
Oh, Jim. Well, you mean that you...
Oh, here, boy.
Captain Bradley?
Yes.
Telephone call for you, sir.
I'll take it. Where?
In the foyer, sir.
Excuse me, Lil. I'll be right back.
Follow me, sir.
What a guy. Saved by the bell. Boy.
Hello?
Tuan Jim.
Yes, what is it, Colo? Did you get my uniforms?
Tuan Jim. That fellow who go crazy, he not be crazy. He hear your name, want to kill you. Only you.
Hey, wait a minute. Take it easy, Colo. I don't get it.
You listen, Tuan. No much time to talk. I go to jail this morning. I know guard. He put me in cell next to that fellow. I make friend. He talk. He not Chinese. He Japanese. Give me note for his friend. His friend Japanese, too. Be spy. Very big spy.
Oh, now you're making sense. Have you delivered the note?
No. I go now. Can meet you at hotel in few minutes. You ready, Tuan?
Step on it, Colo. I'll be waiting. Bill, come on. We've got something to do.
Well, Jim, we've just ordered lunch. You were going to discuss something serious with me.
Lil, we've got no time for anything right now.
What?
I'll tell you about it on the way out. Come on.
If you don't have a good story, Jim, you can go alone. I'm through with you.
Don't try to pick a quarrel, Lil.
Well,
That was Colo on the phone, and...
Well, and what?
Oh, wait a minute.
I won't wait, and I won't budge a step till you tell me what it's all about.
Colo's found a nest of Jap spies.
Uh-oh. Come on, what are we waiting for?
Colo, he'll be along in a minute.
How'd he find them?
Just by chance. As usual, using his beam. You know the native who ran amok in the tailor shop?
Yeah.
Well, he's in jail. Colo had himself put in the next cell. Suspecting his true nationality, he wormed his way into the fellow's confidence, got him to talk, and is taking a note to whoever is the higher up. Then he called me. So here we are.
Jim, we'll have one more fling together, just the three of us, before you leave. Seems like old times again. Now, where is that Colo?
Oh, don't worry. He'll be along. He's never failed yet. Let's wait outside.
Tuan Jim.
There he is. Come on, Lil, get in.
Yeah.
You go to address. I gave you driver.
Si, senor. Well, Colo, what have we got this time? Is it the McCoy?
Missy Lil, Colo think we got two McCoy.
Say, wait a minute. I wonder if this journey is strictly according to regulations. I'm not a free agent any longer. I can't go off even hunting spies just as private citizen Jim Bradley.
Maybe not regulation, Tuan Jim. But suppose they get away. Do regulation tell you where they go? To put fire out even with stolen water is good deed.
Oh, come on, Jim. Don't spoil what may prove to be our last jamboree with some silly old regulations. And you didn't have time to study them yet anyway. Besides, you haven't got a uniform on now.
Oh, I don't care for myself, but if anything goes wrong, it'll bring discredit to Colonel Barrett.
And if you bring in a couple of nice little brown spies all trussed up, he'll love it, won't he?
maybe you're right, Lil.
Sure.
All right, Colo, we'll go.
We are going, Tuan Jim.
Is it far? Hey, what's the layout, anyway? You got a gun, Jim?
Colo have for everybody gun.
Oh.
Good boy, Colo. Thinking of everything as usual. But what's the plan?
If it please Tuan, Colo go to door, deliver note. It tell them to trust me, that I find way for them to escape. They have much information. Few minutes after they let Colo in, you come to door with Lil looking for someone. You knock or ring bell. I let you in. That's all.
Boy, what confidence. You're just the Marines, that's all, Jim. Or should I call you Major after the coup d'etat, Captain?
You'd better call me Jim, and that's final.
We do not have far to go now, Tuan.
We better not be seen together in any case.
No, we leave cab at this street. Driver, you stop on corner. Wait.
Si, senor.
There be house around corner. Let me go ahead 1 minute, then you follow. House number 60. Go to top floor, no elevator.
Go ahead, Colo. We'll be right after you.
Who there?
Have letter from Tawara. I be big friend.
Give letter, please. You wait. Come in, please. You tell me, when was Tawara arrested?
Yesterday. He gave me note this morning, say for you to come with me. I know way out of Canal Zone to secret field in Panama.
Kitagawa?
Yes.
Come at once.
Yes. Who is our visitor?
This is Kolo. Tawara sent him with note.
Pleased to meet Honorable Koyo.
How do you do?
We must leave at once. Tawara arrested. He say we can trust Kolo. Quiet.
Hey, Charlie, open up. It's me. Ah, come on, Charlie. What do I have to do? Break this door in? Come on.
Wait. I go shoot him, whoever he is.
No, that bring police. We are all lost. You go away. I open door. He is only drunken American. I send him away.
He's right, Takahashi. Come.
Just 1 moment, please. Who you want, please?
Charlie Wilson. Is he home?
He not live here. He be next house.
Oh, excuse me. Very sorry. All right?
Yes. Everything be all right.
He go away?
Yes. Come on out.
Wait. This Koro will be smart. Yes, Takahashi?
Come on,
Yes.
stick up all those filthy hands.
Oh,
Reach. Now, walk over here to this wall. Oh, you want to try some tricks, eh? Well, how do you like this? Oh, you want to play now? Or do I have to show you, too?
Are you more convinced? You are strong and wise.
All right. Tie him up, Colo. I'll look at this one on the floor. One gun in this fellow and one slight scalp abrasion. Practically no damage at all. Hand me that rope, Lil.
Here it is, Jim. I'd say we're doing all right today.
Yes, I guess either of us would swap lunch for 2 spies. Now, let's see what evidence we can pick up.
Holy mackerel, Jim. Suppose we couldn't find anything on him.
Not a chance. You go through the desk, Lil, and I'll take the other room. Colo.
They be all right now, Tuan.
Well, one wiggle out of either of them is the signal to start shooting. Not for fun either, Colo. For keeps.
Yes, Tuan.
Now, oh, Jim, look. If these aren't code books, I'm the Empress of China.
Your feet are too big. They're code books.
Well, thanks.
What's up, Cole?
That one wiggle too much. Now see, he have lost small piece of ear.
Nice going, Colo. What happens if he moves again?
Colo be afraid he lose his eye.
That'd be too bad. Then again, would it?
He must make up his own mind.
How you doing, Lil?
We've got enough stuff to hang both these guys twice over.
I think once will be enough. Look, Lil. 2 cameras, 3 binoculars, hand grenades. No end of pictures. All of beautiful scenery with military installations in every one of them.
Yeah, and look at these. Ceremonial short swords.
Yeah, those for Harry Gerry.
Yeah.
And we'll see that the boys never get a chance to use them. I think our firing squad is just as effective and not so desirable.
Those who live by breaking the law must die by observing the same.
Nicely put, Colo. Suppose you call the military police, Lil, so we can turn these precious bundles over to them and then go back to finish our lunch.
And our conversation.
Colo's sharp wits were responsible for unearthing the slender trail that led to the most efficient spy nest in the canal zone.
Well, Captain Bradley, you ought to be congratulated. Hardly in the service for a day, and you turn up with a prize G2 as known of, but couldn't locate for the past month.
Well, it was more or less a fortunate accident, Colonel.
Maybe fortunate, but not an accident, Jim. Accidents are usually bad. This was 100% good. Did I tell you they both admitted to being reserve Army officers?
No. Well, what'll happen to them, Colonel?
First a trial. They're certainly guilty. Then conviction and sentence. This is wartime, Jim.
Yeah, whatever they get, I suppose they expected.
They'll get their just desserts, you may depend on that. Well, your orders are in, Captain.
Swell, Colonel. Where and when?
Well, first you'll fly west to board the transport Argonne. Then, when you're at sea, you may open your sealed orders.
Colonel Barrett, I'll never be able to thank you enough for all your help, sir. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Jim. Good luck. Your country needs men like you as never before.
Go ahead, Colo. You go aboard. I'll wait a few moments to say goodbye to Lil. She'll be along any minute now.
Jim.
Hello, Lil, old gal. Say, isn't this some plane we're leaving in? Colo and myself are traveling in style.
Oh, stop trying to put me at ease. It can't be done. You two are going away, and this time I won't be able to find out anything about either of you. I'm worried.
Oh, that's silly, Lil. There's no room in this job for any woman.
All right, I know it. But where are you bound for?
Well, that even I won't know, Lil, till we're 12 hours out. Sealed orders.
Well, goodbye, Jim. I suppose there's nothing else to say, so let's get it over with. So long, pal.
There is something else to say. At this moment, Lil, I could say I love you and mean it.
Oh.
But until I'm sure for all time, I'll never say it. Goodbye, Lil.
Oh, Jim. My Jim. Goodbye.
Don't miss the next exciting episode of The Adventures of Jungle Jim. Remember, you can follow these adventures in the full-color action pictures to be found in the Comic Weekly, the world's greatest comic supplement containing the best full-color adventure and comic pictures. Remember, no other comic supplement can give you the top names of cartoon land like the all-star favorites to be found in the Comic Weekly. The whole family follows the fun and frolics of Jiggs and Maggie, the Little King, the immortal Donald Duck, as well as the exciting adventures of Jungle Jim and Flash Gordon. Join the 11 million adults and the 6 million youngsters who every week find the greatest of home entertainment in the Comic Weekly, which comes to you with your Hearst Sunday newspaper.
Treasury Star Parade. Produced by William A. Bacher, with Dinah Shore, John Nesbitt, David Brookman, and the Treasury Orchestra, And Vincent Price is our master of ceremonies.
Thank you, Larry Elliott. Today we've brought back to the Treasury Star Parade for her third appearance a girl who has won the heart of all America. She's petite and gentle, but when she steps up to sing, she evokes a rhythm and punch which are her own special contribution to the American scene. Miss Dinah Shore, regretting that she didn't know what time it was.
Once I was young, yesterday perhaps, danced with Jim and Paul and kissed some other chaps. Once I was young, but never was naive. I thought I had a trick or two up my imaginary sleeve. And now I know I was naive. I didn't know what time it was. Then I met you. Oh, what a lovely time it was. How sublime it was, too. I didn't know what day it was. You held my hand, warm like the month of May it was. And I'll say it was grand, grand to be alive, to be mad, to be young, to be yours alone. Grand to see your face, feel your touch, hear your voice, say I'm all your own. What year it was, life was no prize. I wanted love, and here it was, shining out of your eyes. I'm warm, and I know what time it
Thank you, Dinah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Nesbitt, whose radio program, The Passing Parade, has chronicled for many years the stories of some of the most interesting personalities in America. Today he has come to our studio to tell you about a book, a very particular book, and the man who wrote it. The book itself is not significant as a book. It's badly written, erratic, contradictory, and confused. But it became more than a book. It came true. And now, Mr. Nesbitt.
"644 years ago, an Italian traveler was thrown into a jail cell in Genoa, and to pass the time he wrote a book. His name was Marco Polo, and his book about China was so exciting that it started a world movement of exploration and led to the discovery of America. A book written in prison. 267 years ago, another man went to prison in London, England. He, too, wrote a book to keep from going mad in the silence of his cell. His name was John Bunyan. The book was Pilgrim's Progress. And after the Bible, it has sold more copies than any other book ever penned by man. A book written in prison. On a beautiful spring morning, just 18 years and 5 months ago, to a little river town in Bavaria, they brought another prisoner, tossed him into a cell, and forgot about him. He, too, decided to write a book. Marco Polo had told how he loved China. Bunyan had told how he loved Christianity. So this man decided to tell how he hated everything. During the soft spring evenings in April and May and June, He would stride around his cell, dictating to another prisoner. A thin, gray-faced radical with dirty hair. His name, of course, Adolf Hitler. His book, of course, Mein Kampf. And while we were watching the Washington Baseball Club win the series, or nominating Calvin Coolidge for president and winning the 1924 Olympics, or loaning Germany a couple of $100 million to help it back on its feet, or watching Doug Fairbanks' latest picture called The Thief of Baghdad, the thin man in his jail cell was writing the book. The thin man wrote, "First, Germany must conquer Europe, for no nation on earth holds a square yard of territory by any right derived from heaven. Strength alone constitutes the right to possess." Might is right, wrote the thin man, but he was just a broken-down penny ante rabble-rouser in a jail, and it didn't concern us, did it? While we were working up the Dawes Peace Plan that year, the thin man wrote, "Labor unions are to be abolished. Strikes are to be forbidden. No one is to be free to find work where he pleases. Wages will be frozen. Workmen forbidden to look for or even accept better jobs." Well, it didn't concern us, did it? The following year, while we were busy with the monkey trial of Tennessee, the thin man wrote, "When we talk of new lands in Europe, we are bound to think first of Russia. The immense empire is ripe for collapse." Well, it didn't concern us, did it? The next year, 1926, the American stock market hit a new high, and a lot of us got rich enough to go abroad to play in Europe and drink unbootlegged liquor. A few Americans read the book then, and they saw that it had something in it for us after all. You can read that line today. It's terse, concise, complete. It's just one sentence that appeared in the first edition. "Democracy in the West today is a monstrosity of filth." In the years that followed, the miracle happened. The one chance in 10 million that would make his wild, badly written, clumsily thought-out book succeed actually turned up, and it became the Bible of the Nazi world, and its author became its God. Everything a Nazi official said officially became part of the book, for censorship was an iron wall. What Hitler wanted us to hear, we heard, and nothing else. We listened to it, we read the book, but it didn't seem to make sense. It didn't make sense when Hitler said, quote, "I shall maneuver France out of our Maginot Line without losing a single soldier. How to do it is my secret." Then, paragraph by paragraph, line by line, Adolf Hitler made his book come true. He attacked France exactly as he said, pulled the wool over England's eyes exactly as he said, and on schedule tore apart the old world. But he was talking about them. He was destroying them and not us, wasn't he? And then suddenly he was talking about destroying us. And from a dozen official documents can be drawn the plan for America. From the Ministry of Agriculture comes this plan, Berlin, May 1st, 1940. A new aristocracy of German masters, the Herrenvolk, will be created. This aristocracy will have slaves assigned to it. Please do not interpret the word slaves as a parable. Actually, we have in mind a modern form of medieval slavery, which we must introduce because we urgently need it in order to fulfill our great tasks. It concerns us, doesn't it? Higher education will in the future be reserved only for the German population. Concerns us, doesn't it? Adolf Hitler interview with Hermann Rauschning, 1933, quote, "Do you really believe the masses will ever be Christian again? Nonsense. I promise you I can destroy the church in a few years." Adolf Hitler interview, 1933. "Americans behaved like clumsy boys. The American is no soldier. The inferiority and decadence of this allegedly new world is evident in its military inefficiency." Concerns us, doesn't it? "Our superior products will be sold at very low prices throughout the world and will cause the United States to have not 7 million, but 30 million, 40 million unemployed." Then there is the matter of race. These are the words of Hitler's head of the Office of Racial Plan, Dr. Walter Gross. "Our policy is to arrest the fertility of the Poles, Czechs, Serbs, Russians, and other Slavic peoples. Every increase through births among these parasitic peoples would be contrary to the general interest. We have therefore adopted radical measures to limit their births to a minimum. German soldiers will be free to abuse Slav women, but these women are not allowed to bear children. An exception is hereby made for girls in some districts of Poland, as in the Tatras mountain region, where they have been put into breeding camps at Heleniov near Lutz. And that is not about us, our women, or our families, because we have not been conquered. But there is a final document that again is the official released by the censor Nazi View. We are mentioned in it. I quote Dr. Richard Daré, one of Hitler's ministers. At present, the United States is so demoralized and corrupted that, like France, it need not be taken into consideration as a military adversary. All the added chapters of the book begun in the cell of a jail, the one that we didn't think concerned us. Even the contemptuous, boastful sentence, the United States is so demoralized and corrupted that it need not be taken into consideration as a military adversary. It doesn't apply to us. It doesn't apply to you, does it? Unless you're the man who bought the bootleg tires. Unless you're the man with the scrap metal rusting in your garage because it was too much trouble to get it to the salvage place. Unless you are the man who doesn't buy bonds, because in a democracy no one makes you buy bonds. This is the man Hitler sincerely believes you are. If he were right, the last chapter of Mein Kampf will be written in Berlin and not in Washington or London. But since you are not that man, this book of theirs, the most tragic book known to all the history of the human heart, the final chapter will be written by us. For Adolf Hitler, when he dreamed it all up that summer of 1924, proud to be writing his book in the cell of a jail, proud to be among those who changed history from behind barred windows, quite overlooked one of the men who also grew famous for such a prison task. He overlooked the fact that 110 years before he entered that jail in Bavaria to write Mein Kampf, an American in a cell likewise did some writing. In Fort McHenry was imprisoned Francis Scott Key, and the last 4 lines of his contribution to literature from a prison cell goes, "And conquer we must when our cause it is just, and this be our motto, in God is our trust, and the star-spangled banner in triumph shall wave, o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave."
Thank you, John Nesbitt. We know now what for many years we did not understand, that the mad little house painter, pacing up and down his cell, dictating his book, wanted more than anything else to destroy this democracy, this freedom, which to Americans is the most precious heritage in the world. But he made one mistake.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance, presented this week and every week till it's over there. All right, gang, take a half-hour pass and pop into the USA, where the home fires are burning for you guys who are keeping that fire burning under the Axis. As usual, the joint is packed with musicians and loaded with stars who've dropped in to answer those great letters you send to Command Performance, care of Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. And speaking of your favorite stars, here's your #1 gal from the Honeysuckle Belt, Tennessee's songbird of the AEF, and your mistress of ceremonies, Dinah Shore.
You made me love you guess you always do it. You made me happy sometimes. You made me glad. But there were so many times you made me feel so bad. You made me cry for I didn't want to tell you, I didn't want to tell you. I want your love, that's true. Yes, I do, indeed I do, you know I do. Give me what I cried for. Got the kisses that you know I'd die for. You know you made me love you. You made me love you. I didn't want to do it, I didn't want to do it. I want your love, that's true, yes I do. You know that I do. Give me what I cry for. You've got the kisses that I'd die for. You know you made me love you.
This is Dinah, Command Performance Short, telling all you guys that Schicklgruber the paper hanger started out as that paste pot from Austria, but he'll wind up as that crackpot from Berlin. Hello again, fellas, and thanks for the letters. Second Louis, Bob Hickman and Kathy at APO 833 say when Command Performance comes on, the gang moves in like the Brooklyn Dodgers giving the Bostons the bum's rush. Well, but let's go to work. For Sarge McSwain and the mob at 614, the Bay State Boys at 485, from Cap Caporale and the Hells Bells in the Middle East, for Wheelahan and Houlihan on that battleship in the Pacific, here's a thrill that thousands of you have been waiting for. The whole orchestra of Freddie Martin, Jack Fina at the Steinway, and that famous Martin number, the Piano Concerto. Thank you, Freddie Martin. Freddie will be back on the beam with another great number, but right here by command of the doggies at 827, the signal tower personnel on Midway Island, for little Virginia Irving over there in Liverpool, for a gang of water tenders in the Atlantic, for Rocky and Ed and the North African hotshots, the engineers in Algeria, for Jack Stewart and the RAF in Southern Rhodesia, and for Lieutenant A.S. Blodgett, Jr., Command Performance proudly presents a famous daughter of one of our first families of the American stage, Cornelia Otis Skinner.
The scene, an American living room. Cornelia Otis Skinner, as mother, has been cornered by her son, aged 12, who's having homework trouble. And overwhelmed by the injustice of having been brought into a world of mathematics, Junior has placed the whole discouraging matter squarely in Mother's lap.
What is it, Junior? An arithmetic problem? All right, I'd love to. Here, come sit on the arm of Mother's chair. Mother just loves to help her little boy. Now then, which is it, number 9? Let's see, 3 boys, A, B, and C, were playing at marbles when they remarked... How many marbles did each boy have? Well, darling, that's very simple. You see, all you have to do... Yes, all you have to do... All right. Now, we'll read this through carefully, and you listen. 3 boys, A, B, and C, were... Junior, turn that way a minute. I wish you could see behind your ears. Do you play games, dear, in which you put your ears to the ground? Now then, 3 boys, A, B, and C, were playing at marbles. They were playing at marbles. When A remarked that if B gave him one of his marbles, B would have twice as many as A then had. Well, that was nice. B remarked that if C gave him 3 of his marbles, C would have twice as many as B had. You see, that's the same thing A said. No, it isn't. Well, it's practically the same thing. A then remarked that if B gave him 7 of his marbles, the number that A would have would lack 3 of being half as many as C would have left. How many marbles did each boy have? Well, darling, what you do is you add. I mean, multiply. I don't know, maybe we'd better divide. 3 boys, A, B, and C, were playing at marbles when... Junior, don't do that. Can't you remember to use your handkerchief? Go get Mother's button basket over there. That's it. Now, these buttons are marbles. Because I say so. I'm A. Here, give me your hand. You're B, and here's C over here. Now, you give me 1 marble. Any will do, Junior. Now, you've got twice as many as I have. I don't know how many I have, but you've got twice as many. I don't know how many marbles there are. There are X marbles. X is the marble... Junior, don't argue with me. I remember perfectly. It's all coming back to me. We spent years and years in school letting X equal something. Well, it's an expression, let X. Like let go. I can't help it if Miss Meebles has you do it a different way. Mine is the old-fashioned method, and I know it's right. Now then, C gives you 3 marbles, and you give me 1. I'm A. Did you take 3 from C? Well, take 3 from C. Junior, do you have to make that noise? That queer bubbling noise. Well, please stop. It's very unattractive. And, Junior, if you don't stop kicking this table, I am going to do this wrong on purpose to punish you. Now then, please pay attention. A then remarked that if C gave him 7 of his marbles, the number that A would have would lack 3 of being half as many as C would have left. Of all the fool things for a boy to remark when he's playing marbles. Junior, I don't see why you don't try to use a little more gumption and work this out for yourself. Of course I can do it, but I think you ought to. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think I can do it. Let's see, you gave me 1, he gave me 3, multiply by 2, subtract, 15, subtract, equals 0. There's the answer to the problem. The answer is 0. I don't know what the question was, but the answer is 0. Well, dearie, the question was, how many marbles did each boy have? Oh. Junior, you tell Miss Meebles for me that that's a perfectly stupid arithmetic problem and one that would fit you in no way for future life. I can't do this with you in the room. You're going up to bed. Go on, hurry, dear. Penny packer, 1525. I'll be up. I'll be up when I've got a better answer. Hello, is this the Racket Club? I want to speak to Mr. Marshall. This is Mrs. Marshall. Hello, George. Hello, darling. George, wait a minute. Junior, go in your room and shut the door. George, Junior just came to me with an arithmetic problem, and I can't do it. Now, I'll read it to you quickly. It's terrible. 3 boys, A, B, and C, were playing at marbles when A remarked that if B gave him 1 of his marbles, B would have twice as many as A then had. Yes. Yeah. B remarked that if C gave him 3 of his marbles, C would have twice as many as B had. Well, wait till you hear what A said. A then remarked that if C gave him 7 of his marbles, the number that A would have would lack 3 of being half as many as C would have left. The idea being to find out how many marbles each boy had, if you can. No, he gave him 1. Who gave who what? Oh, he gave him 7. Oh, I see. Oh, yes. Yeah, I see. Divide by I see. And C had 19. Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, I understood perfectly. All right, darling. Goodbye. Oh, George, how many did A have? I see. All right. Goodbye, dear. Now then, Junior, Mother's worked this all out for you.
Thank you, Cornelia Otis Skinner. Well, gang, for a long time we've been feeding vitamin pills to a group of old-timers to get them in shape to play some of that wonderful music known as Dixieland. Back in 1900, Grandma and Grandpappy down in New Orleans were cutting the rug on this kind of a music. By 1917, they called it jazz and were really sweating it out. Anyway, we've got 8 of the nation's great exponents of Dixieland, all with the rheumatiz. You asked for this, so you got nobody to blame but yourselves. Fellas, a touch of American swing when it wore diapers, and those Royal Garden blues. Alan, thanks a lot. Well, sir, when somebody ties into a tune on command performance, it's often 2 or 3 weeks before he learns that there should have been an encore. Take Alan Jones, for instance. Alan popped in recently to pour out the Donkey Serenade. And now there's bushels of new mail saying that while he was at it, why the dickens didn't he also sing Sweet Mystery of Life? So especially for you fellas on Tulagi, Dutch Harbor, New Caledonia, and the Falklands, the Red Devil Gang at 960, the crowd we knew at Treasure Island, the Tripoli Twerps, and for Sergeant Carpenter and the men at 851, it's another command performance for Alan Jones.
Mystery of life, at last I found thee. Oh, I know at last the secret of it all. Oh, the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the burning hopes, the joy and idle tears that fall. Oh, 'tis a love and love alone the world is seeking. And 'tis a love and love alone that can repay. 'Tis the answer, 'tis the end and all of living. For it is love alone that rules oh, 'tis a love and love alone the world is seeking. Oh, 'tis a love and love alone that can repay. 'Tis the answer, 'tis the end and all of living, for it is love alone that rules.
Thank you, Alan Jones. And now what's this? Another one of those command performance dillies. Oh, well, I guess we can... Here's the letter. Dear Command, some guys get to hear the sound of the San Francisco foghorns. And one time you had a billy goat on the show. But you know what would be real music to me and every other farm kid? The sound of milking a cow. I mean those 2 streams of milk when they hit the bottom of that old tin pail. Man, that's real music. Signed, Private Elmer Thompson, Australia. Okay, Elmer, here it is. Get any on you? Wonder how that sound was powdered me. It'll be the first time Freddie Martin ever followed a cow. This boy Freddie has a way of holding his own no matter what kind of competition. According to classics, quite like our boy Freddie. And I've listened to his band enough to say yes, Lord, to that. Here's that other number you asked for, the second Hungarian Rhapsody, played by Freddie Martin and his orchestra. many thanks, Freddie Martin and your orchestra. And now for Little Bill and the ABC News with my thanks to APO 855 for that great honor you've done me, for all the engineers on the Pan American Highway in Central America, and for each and every one of you guys all over the world who write those terrific letters. Here's the tune that's right up there on the top rung of the ladder, that Old Black Magic.
That old black magic has me in its spell. That old black magic that you weave so well. Those icy fingers up and down my spine. The same old witchcraft when your eyes meet mine. The same old tingle that I feel inside. And then that elevator starts its ride. And down I go, round and round I go, like a leaf that's caught in the tide. I should stay away, but what can I do? I hear your name and I'm aflame with such a burning desire that only your kiss can put out the fire. For you're the lover I have waited for, the maid that fate had me created for. And every time your lips meet mine, darling, down and down I go, round and round I go, in a spin, loving the spin I'm in, under that old black magic called love.
Well, a little boy down in Tennessee buried his face in a huge watermelon, and a half hour later, with his little ears dripping and the melon seeds slipping down his cheeks, he looked up out of his big mournful eyes and said, "That's all there is, there ain't no more." This is Dinah saying so long, right when you can, and all our love from the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter knocking off till next week with a notation that Command Performance is produced for you men in the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
tonight, the Army Weekly presents G.I. Jive. Here it is, fellas, the music you asked for. G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. To get what you want in jazz, right. The only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Just put your request in and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. Hiya, men. Your requests are in, the music's here, so let's begin. Yeah, man. We have your orders from all around the world, and the old turntable is ready to whirl. And the first order coming off the line from the Jump Factory is for Private Ben Kansas, 37th Bombing Squadron, 17th Bombing Group. Private Ben is a sharp gator, as you will see. Why, man, he picked Let's Dance by Goodman B. Williams, Company B, 813th Engineers, comes a V-mail suggestion that we fortify all you Yanks overseas with that brand of musical vitamins by Henry Bussey called Hurry Home. Well, all right. Comes now a very special deluxe job by Erskine Hawkins. It's a 5-minute treatment of Tuxedo Junction, made exclusively for you fellows overseas and played at the request of the 1st Signal Detachment, APO 3470. It's Erskine Hawkins Day. Jive. That was that Hawkins Jive. Now, quick like, we're going to hear from that brewster extraordinary Maxine Sullivan, who's given out for Sergeant James H. Smith, Jr., APO 708, and Tex McClanahan, USS Barney. What's the song? Why, it's the Cow Cow Boogie.
Out on the plains, down near Santa Fe, I heard a cowboy ride the range one day, and as he jogged along, I heard him singing a most peculiar cowboy song. It was a ditty he heard in the city. Oh, Kamataya, get along. Get hip, little doggy, get along. Better be on your way, get along. Get hip, little doggy, and he dropped them on down the old fairway, singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Oh, Kamataya, singing his cowboy song. He's much, he got a knockout western accent with a Harlem touch. He was raised on local weed. He watched the ball, a swing half free, singing his cowboy boogie in the strangest way. Oh, Kamataya, get along, little doggy. Better be on your way, get along, little doggy. And he struck them on down the old fairway, singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Oh, Kamataya, singing his cowboy song. Yip, as he was jogging all along. Yip, he sings with a Harlem touch. Yip, that cat is just too much, singing his cow boogie in the strangest way.
Fellas, that's all that the time allows for today. We'll keep that supply sergeant a scratching and a digging, though, so those records will be on hand. And by the way, don't hold back on those requests. Shoot 'em to us, Roscoe, and we will go. Address your letters to Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
During the next quarter hour, we suggest that you put aside your cares, relax, and enjoy the smooth music of Morton Gould and the orchestra, and a period of melody that's intended to help put you at ease. You've been at ease for a quarter hour of melody featuring Morton Gould and the orchestra. Featured musical selections heard were It Might As Well Be Spring, Serenade in the Night, and High Noon. At Ease is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Here it is, men. It's Downbeat. Gather round, all ye lovers of the sweet and solid, for another groovy session on the old Downbeat bandstand. Occupying the spotlight position today is another of America's most popular band leaders, Skinny Ennis. Welcome to Downbeat, Skin.
Well, thanks for the welcome, Matt. It's a pleasure to be here, and I think I have some tunes that'll make the gang mighty happy.
As for instance?
Well, as for instance, this arrangement on the mellow side of Just You, Just Me.
Well, hit it, Mr. E. Hit it. That really sent me, Skinny. They weren't playing like that back in the days when you first started out in the dance business.
No, they weren't. We were playing that collegiate jazz then, but we thought it was pretty hot stuff.
And it was, too. Say, that was back in the old Hal Kemp days, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's back in the days when we were roommates at the University of North Carolina. Hal formed the band, and I played drums in it.
And you went with his band in college and stayed with him after college, didn't you, Skin?
That's right. In those dozen or so years I spent with Hal, saw a lot of changes in the band. We sort of grew up together.
And you really grew up into a terrific band, too.
Hey, speaking of terrific, I'd like to play something slightly on that side right now. It's called Holiday for Strings.
We'll take a 48 on that. Let's hear it. Wonderful, Skin. When did you form your own orchestra, by the way?
Well, I'd come out to Hollywood with Hal Kemp's band back in 1937. I was lucky enough to get in a picture called College Swing. After the picture, the band started back east, but I had to stick around for a while. One day I was playing golf with old Bob Hope, not a very famous Bob Hope in those days. He told me I was a sucker not to form my own band. He also said he might have a radio program of his own soon and might need a band.
So you took the advice of Mr. Hope and became a band leader.
Well, that I did. We opened at the Victor Hugo restaurant in Beverly Hills. When we were only 3 months old, Bob landed that radio show he had talked about, and true to his word, he gave my band the break of being the orchestra on the program. I think you know the rest. I've been with him ever since, except for one time. That was back in 1943.
Now, just a minute, Skin. I don't want to interrupt, but it's about time for you to sing on this show. And after that, we can get back to 1943.
Okay. I'd like to sing a very beautiful number, one of my favorites, called Star Eyes. Star eyes, that to me is what your eyes are. Soft as stars in April skies are. Tell me someday you'll fulfill that promise of a thrill. Star eyes, flashing eyes in which my hopes rise. Let me show you where my heart lies. Let me prove that it adores that loveliness of yours. All my life I felt content to stargaze at the skies. Now I only want to melt the stardust in your eyes. Star eyes, when if ever will my lips know if it's me for whom those eyes glow. Makes no difference where you are, your eyes still hold my wishing star. Oh, star eyes, how lovely you are. never will my lips know. If it's me for whom those eyes glow, makes no difference where you are. Your eyes still hold my wishing star. Oh, star eyes, how lovely you are.
Mighty pretty, Skin. Now back to 1943, though. What was it that happened then?
Well, then is when I amazed the radio audience. Bob Hope had made me into such a weak, undernourished, anemic character that no one thought I could pass the physical for the Army.
That's right, Skinny. We didn't think the blood bank had enough corpuscles to make you eligible.
Well, I was eligible. I didn't even have to draw on my account at the blood bank either. I went to the Army, and they finally made me director of the 360th Army Service Forces Band.
But you're back in those old civilian clothes again, I see.
Yeah, back at my old job in front of the band at the end of a lot of Mr. Hope's gags.
Two positions you play mighty well, Skin.
Well, the band would like to play right now. We have an arrangement whipped up of Cole Porter's Begin to Begin. Would you like to hear it?
You bet we would.
And here's the downbeat.
Really fine, Skin. And we want to thank you and your band for coming over today to the old Downbeat Bandstand as our special guest.
Well, thank you for inviting us. So long, fellas.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.